Man, I don't know why I have to clear my throat every time I start. Might mean I need to do some kind of like voice exercises, right? Hang on, give me a second. Thank the world for mute buttons on mics, right? Anyways, hello, welcome back. So, what's the plan for today? Or what did we do last time? We actually started moving the water line over. So now we have tier 1 water, we have tier 2 water, and then tier 3, and then we set up tier 4 yesterday. So I did check on this like last night, and it did get stuck. I made some tweaks to it, just some minor ones. I'll explain it. Let me just double check if it's still stuck. Yeah, it's still stuck. So something to do with how we have it set up. I don't quite know how it gets stuck, but like, actually, it looks like it's okay. I don't actually know what happened. I mean, let me see if it actually tells me. It says current pH value of 7.05, whatever that means. I don't know. Oh, you know what it might be? If it hits exactly 7.05, let me read the rules here. But I did check on this again last night, and it got stuck. So whenever the recipe gets stuck in the crafting right here, then we know that that it broke somewhere. So let me double check here, because it says if it is within 0.05, oh, it might not be inclusive. So maybe we want to reduce it to 0.04. Otherwise, the recipe always fails. So let me read this here. If I scan it, I don't know, but maybe what I'm thinking is that if it hits exactly, we can try that, right? So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna manually try it out. Keep adding a whole bunch of this stuff manually and bring it up to 7 point whatever. 6. What's the other side? 6.95, right? Is what I have this set to. So let's try it out. If it hits exactly 6.95, does that count? I don't know. So these are the questions you got to ask yourself whenever you're making any kind of automation. I feel like that's what would cause it to break, though. We'll see. So you should be trying to craft more purified water. Yes. And you have to wait for this to turn on. You got 30 seconds left. We can wait. So I do need to shut this guy off. For now, I can just break that. Also need to change my... refresh the sounds. I guess I haven't fixed that yet. I am running the 2.7.4 update, which is the most recent stable. And I guess I haven't fixed it yet. Okay, so it's working now, right? So right now you are at 5.19. And I'm going to keep adding... I'm not going to do the math. I just want to get it to 6.95, right? 6.95, yeah. Bring it up more. Okay. And then I think just a little bit more. Okay, so we want this to be 6.95, right? Which is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I think. 16. So I'm going to put 16, because it increases by 0.01 for every bit. Yeah, so 6.95. And look at that. The success chance is 0%. Okay, that's the issue. It's not inclusive when it tells you it needs to be within 0.05. Oh, okay. Meaning, if you want to fix this thing, you make it 6.94. No, the other way. 96. This one is to be 0.04. And that way it will work. So if I were to add one more to this, It is now 6.96, so now it's 100% success chance. That's what the issue was. And then I can just do that, and it should correct itself. Yeah, okay. That's what it was. We figured it out. So the changes that I made, all I did was I looked at it. I saw that it wasn't working last night, and then I just tweaked this guy to pump more hydrochloric acid. Clear my throat again. 1 second. But we figured it out. Sweet. Basic troubleshooting skills, right? And then now we have. I think we're trying to craft another batch. Yes. Now I gotta wait. It's gonna be really slow. One thing I'm not quite sure how to figure out is how do I get this working nonstop? Actually, this one works fine now that I think about it. If it tries to craft another batch, then yes. I guess what I can figure out. I guess what I'm trying to say is that whenever a recipe finishes, it'll wait an extra 120 seconds to craft the next batch. How do I reduce that time? I think really the only way I can reduce it is to always have the water available. And then set this to be a level emitter, I think. Yeah, like a level emitter. And that way it'll always run. But for now it's okay because we're not in a position where we consume that much water yet. How much do we have? We have 142,000. It's not a bad amount though. I gotta clear my throat again. 1 second. And maybe something I have to look into is why am I always clearing my throat? I got a frog that lives in there. Anyways, next step is tier 5 water. So I did craft the controller overnight. I was able to finish. Got that, but we don't have any of the supporting blocks. I also tried to I didn't really build anything, but I tried to figure out what this was trying to say. And we have some ways to do this. I'm going to think about it though while we make everything else. We need all of this stuff. 8 neonite, which is really funny. Such a weird block to need. Okay. So we need reinforced sterile water casing. Actually, if I read this, it's helium plasma, which is what we're producing, which is great. And then, but supercoolant, we're already crafting that too. So I think, what I'm thinking is to have the fluids always available, but whenever they actually craft to use. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We'll figure it out. Let's get a reinforced sterile water plant casing. I need 672 of you. Okay, we need vinyl chloride, we don't have graphite. Oh, we don't have Ledux. We're gonna have to go mining, I think. Yeah, we're gonna have to go mining. That's fine. Graphite. Graphite is diamond, which I don't think we're getting it anywhere. Vinyl chloride is something we can make though. That is circuit 24. Yeah, circuit 24. And increase it until it cannot hold its value, which is like that. Circuit 24. I'll just put it in manually. Okay. So we have hydrochloric acid accounted for. We're going to have to set up a miner for both Ledux and graphite. So let's do an aqueduct. Oh, you know what? Another thing I need to think about is my journey map. It probably got, yeah, it definitely got rewritten. Let me figure this out. So whenever you make a new instance, you have to like change the journey map or something like that because it writes it under another folder. So this one is the one that is open right now. And the most recent one. When was the last time I played again? It was March something, right? Yeah. I'm off camera right now, by the way. I think it was this one. No? I think it was that one, actually. March 8th, 2025. It's probably what I was last, like, anywhere that I haven't been. Yeah. So this one. So I gotta copy everything over. At least the waypoints. The waypoints are the important one. Yeah, the waypoints. Do that. Copy the waypoints over to this guy. Like that. Okay. And I think I have to relog. I do have a void miner. I may need to set that up for lead ox if I'm going to want super coolant, honestly. Yeah, because I'm going to need a lot of super coolant, right? So it might be a good idea just to set up a lead ox miner. So I think I do have a void miner ready. Initially, this was for something, but I'm going to use it for myself now. I can just make another one if I need to. We're going to need another Nakodal reactor, which is great. We have that. Titanium rods. Yeah, there are a bunch there. Hope they can get all three things. So super coolant is also something I should account for. Super coolant to craft this, you need leadox and Callisto ice. And IC2 coolant is just lapis, really. And distilled water, which is not really an issue. And then Callisto ice is... We need these two things for super coolant, in other words. So we'll go ahead and work for that. So what was I trying to do? Set up a void miner. Oh, and also double check if my journey mouse is working. So the map is going to be cleared out. Honestly, that's okay. It's the waypoints that I'm interested in. Oh no. Where'd they go? They're not there. Maybe I have to reload the pack, maybe? I don't think so. I don't want to. Multiplayer, don't forget to record Bozo. I mean, I can always just like... I may have to reload the pack, but I do have them here. Or maybe I'll add in the other dimension. The other dimension folders over. 1 second. There we go. Okay, how about now? One more time, we disconnect and then rejoin. If it doesn't work, then I'm just going to not worry about it. But those waypoints do tell us where our like various miners we have, where they're set up. For example, we have one in Ross 128BA for the oil for the helium-3 drilling rig. If it doesn't show up, then nope. Oh well, I won't worry about it. So we need the void miner to get this one set up. This guy's going to need europium and UV machine casings. UV machine casing. Let's get 6 of you. We actually have a lot of osmium now, yeah. So I left the osmium combs running for quite a while. We were able to build up a good amount of osmium. So we're not quite struggling for that. Let's double check if that broke. So I'm about to get mad that it broke again, but no, it didn't. It's fine. So where can I get Ledox and Callisto Ice? Oops. No, we want the big ore. Only one place? Oh no. Enchilada. What else can I get here? Can I get diamond? Because I'm going to want diamond for graphite. If not, then we have to figure out another. Okay, we can also get lapis, which means if that's for coolant. So we can just get everything involved in the coolant maker. But graphite is going to be... Oh, you can't even get Callisto Ice. Unless you can get it in small ore. You can get it in small ore, which is probably what we want instead. So we don't need a serious amount of this. Like over time, we're going to get an infinite amount. So I may want to stick with the small ore instead. And then Callisto Ice will be... Oh, Callisto, obviously. Can I get this in Callisto? Yes. So we may want to go Callisto. Where else do they... I guess I can't get in anywhere else other than Callisto. Okay, that works. So it looks like we're going to have to set it up in Callisto. What else can I get here? Keep it bookmarked. Yeah, look at the big ores. Tungstate, plutonium, monazite, ilmenite, palladium. Small ore. Can I get graphite? Oh, yes, I can. Okay, so I would think I want to set this up because if I get, like, we're going to get crushed diamond, or we're going to get the diamond ore, which does give us graphite over time. Okay, that's the plan. So we need a UV machine casing. We need europium frame box. We need, how much xenon do I have just in case? We got plenty. I'm going to need an ender chest. We need a input hatch. I'll just use the ones that are taking up storage. And we need a output bus. Same thing here. I don't think it needs an input bus. What else? Maintenance. LUV energy hatch. A transformer. Step down CPM to LUV. Yes. What else? Pretty sure there's more than I need for this. A conveyor. I can just be any of them. I use EV for now. Conveyor is to bring items from the inner chest to the Nakodal reactor to power everything. And then I think that's it. And then another inner chest to push the items back to our storage. Yes, so we need brown dye because that's the color we use for ores. Oh, please, like that. And then we need, is it green, green? I think it's green, green, green. Yeah. I do have green dye. This is for the Tiberium. Oops, this stuff. Then we needed a conveyor. Is that everything? I got no idea. I'm assuming though. That's fine. We have a warp to it anyways. Warp Callisto. Okay. This can go pretty much anywhere. I'm just gonna put it down here, I guess. Yeah, it can go anywhere. Let's go down here. Okay. Not the bedrock layer, so right here. So this miner is going to be picking up, what is it? Ledox, Callisto Ice, and Diamond, because we need that much we need a lot of it actually, for graphite. Like usually how I get graphite is through bees, but I'm trying to not rely on bees anymore because I just don't. It's kind of rare for me to say I don't like something. For you. Oh, this must have been where another miner picked up stuff. But anyways, like I don't. Bees can be a little tedious, you know. Like once I've done something a lot, I just don't want to do it. I think you guys can understand that. Okay, so we have a void miner. I'm going to leave the waypoint here. So this is going to be new. This is going to be what dimension I'm in, Callisto, and what it is, void miner. Okay, so how did I build this? I usually have the input hatch like this. I also need a fluid. How am I gonna? It's an ender fluid cover. That's what it is. That's fine. We need an output bus for the items. Actually, I put it back here. I need an. Okay, I did forget some stuff. Let's get that. Let's get that going. I need an input bus for the filter. And an ender fluid link. I would craft a bunch, but each one does need like 8 LUV circuits, so I'd rather not. Let's get that going while I craft the other stuff. Okay. I'll put the ender chest down for now. Okay, so we need an energy hatch on the right. Put it right there. Yeah. And then need a transformer. Input CPM. An aqueduct reactor goes there. And that's chunk loaded before a creeper comes down here and just blows everything up. You're going to need a conveyor module to be on import. And then ender chests. And now you're powered. I really like the Tiberium stuff because it generates a lot of power, and we can just get this from a void miner, which is powering itself through Tiberium, which is great. That's what we have in Ross 128BA or something, somewhere like that. All right, filter, then maintenance hatch, and then the other stuff with the multi-block. So 1, 2, 3. Right, running fine. So right now it can technically work, but if we want it to be like more output, we would have to supply it with fluid. Do you even need a mining pipe? Yes, you do. Oops. Fluid link is not done yet. No, you're working on ingots. Oh, the ingots might be stuck because we are actively generating power, right? Yeah. I'll turn this on for a little bit then. So if we're I guess just a reminder, whenever we actively generate power, the power hungry machines will shut off. And that way we don't like lose all of our base power. But I have a manual override, so whenever I'm streaming, I don't have to wait like 30 minutes for the base to top off with power again. That's the whole point of the switch. So this should mean that these ingots get finished. Yeah. I'm gonna leave it on for a little bit longer because the ass line is also one of those machines, power hungry machines. Yeah, we have an advanced redstone receiver right there. So I'm missing mining pipes and the ender fluid link cover. Thank you. And I guess for now I'm gonna shut that off. So the worst case scenario, we don't lose power. Or Callisto. Don't I have a super chest somewhere? I thought I had a super chest somewhere that had all of my filters, but I guess not. That's fine. I do have diamond ore, which is just great. Diamond ore. I don't know if I have Callisto. Does it work like this if I just give it a dust? One way to find out, right? So if I get like a diamond dust here. Go to Callisto. Okay. So I would have to give this and call this xenon. Export. There it is. Okay, now you have xenon. And you need mining pipes. And if I give you a piece of Callisto ice, are you able to filter like that? Do you need an ore or a... If it's in the ore dictionary name, will it work? It doesn't work. So even if I do that, it's not gonna filter out, right? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, so if I give it like a diamond ore, what's the word? Presumably it does work because it's not doing anything, but maybe it doesn't work because it's not a Gregtech. Oh no, it works. It gives me vanilla ore though. It's weird. I don't think it's supposed to do that. Anyways, we're looking for Callisto ice and Ledox. I think you can even set the filter here. One way to find out. So if I do Callisto ice. But this means you only have like space for one item, which is not nice. So I'll keep that one for the diamond stuff. And then we need Ledox and Callisto ice. We can also get some other important stuff here, like neodymium is always, so we were always having issues with that. No, we were always having issues with neobium. Just throw it back in storage. Yeah, you too. Okay, so we got our Callisto ice, and then we need Ledox. I don't know if these are set up in the ore miner or ore muncher. They might be though. I'm pretty sure they are actually. Which another question I had, I guess, was no, we already got it. No. So we put one Ledox, Callisto ice, and one diamond. That's what we're looking for here. We can also set up like lapis, right? But I'm not worried about that because we get lapis from other sources. We actually might want to set that up. Now that I think about it. I might as well, because we need lapis for the coolant itself. Now that I'm here, right? Yeah. So if I set this guy up, then take those guys out. One filters like that. Because we do get lapis, right? So if I check a Callisto, no. Oh, I guess we don't get lapis out here. You can probably get it somewhere else, honestly. Lapis is kind of everywhere. Okay, I won't worry about it then. So it'll be those three. Okay, so now we have a source of that, and then this just needs to be chunk loaded, which it is. Double check if it is chunk loaded. Oh no, you're gonna break. Just do the 4x4, 2x2. Double check, right? Yeah. And this is always going to be powered because of our Aqueduct reactors. And then that's going to give us the 3 ores that we're looking for. Okay, so that deals with graphite and lead ox. It's just going to take a little bit of time and we'll go back home. So another thing I wanted to look at was like there's a whole ore integrated factory, I think is what it's called. Integrated ore factory, this thing. It does all ore processing in one step. Oh, it's possible? That's expensive as all heck, though. Jeez. But it's possible. This may be something we want to do eventually, right? Because our ore factory is kind of very outdated. It's like that. Every time I play GT&H, my ore processing setup is never like up to speed. It's always having issues, right? So here I got to make sure if we actually have diamond, graphite and diamond are being crafted. We have 1 dust. That's funny. And then we just need lead ox, Callisto ice, which we're not producing or not processing. So let's figure that out. I'm going to need another drawer here. And then 2 storage upgrades is what I'm doing. Okay. I don't know why you don't stack, but I'm not going to complain. So I need a void upgrade and 2 of these tanzanite upgrades. I'm always scared of the neutralized water getting stuck. No, you're doing okay. Yeah, it seems like that was the issue. Doesn't include 0.95 or 0.05. That's fine. That's how you learn. Okay, thank you. I need my key. Man, I haven't set up a drawer in a while. I'm trying not to do like in-world storage as much anymore. I would like to stick to digital storage. Especially because pretty soon we're going to be hitting the neutronium energy cell. And again, that's also the main reason why I'm trying to get to Vega B, because I want infinity ingots. Which we need infinity catalyst for that. Which I think you can really only get on Vega B, but this is a tier 8 rocket. We can craft the tier 7 rocket, but we cannot craft the tier 8 rocket yet. Yeah, this stuff is going to be a little pricey. Yeah, and the big reason why is because the next tier of ingot is going to need a very big, like if I look up tier 8. What's it called? Tier 8. No, heavy duty alloy ingot. Tier 8, this stuff here. Yeah, we're going to need UEV power, which if I'm going to use a regular ass line for this, we need we need UHV energy hatches plus some other machines. We're going to need UHV energy hatches. I'm trying to do that. So we have void and 2 storage upgrades. And then I will go ahead and get some Ledox. And so what else do you produce? It's just Ledox and Callisto Ice. And what do you produce? And look how much we're getting already. Just Callisto Ice. Okay. Now we'll put those guys there and there. And then I have to set them up. So we're going to be getting this purified stuff. And we're going to be getting some of the Ledox back. It's not going to be a lot, but again, over time, we'll see a lot of it. So best way to process this is doesn't matter. So if it doesn't matter, we throw it in the thermal centrifuge. And then it sorts itself out with how we set this up. So Callisto Ice and Ledox. There you go. Oh, I thought I lagged or something. Callisto Ice. And then put it all back. So we should have a whole bunch of it in here now, making a whole ton of racket. But it's working. Alright, so now we have a source of a little more graphite, diamonds, and Ledox and Callisto Ice, which is nice. And then diamond ore, we have a bunch of it. I'll just throw it over there. We need 20,000 graphite for this. Ugh. How else do we do this again? I know there's a way to do it with silicon carbide dust. And it's just basically turning carbon into graphite, but I don't want to do this. That's fine. I'll put that there. There's always other ways to get graphite. But I'll leave that there. So, okay. So, I guess we can't really not do. We need that. What else can I make right now? At least superconductor base. That's a weird block. No, I can't craft that yet. It's a weird block to request. Circuit 4. Okay. And then tinted industrial. Let's get everything at least. What we can get. 64. You don't have white dye, which is really funny. That is just bone meal. I'll find it right there. And make 2 stacks. Tinted white. I need a stack of you. Yes, thank you. And then heat resistant trinium plate. Heat resistant. When do I have a pattern for this? What are you even for? Oh. Oh, I set up a pattern to craft the thing in the first place. Okay. 53. I can craft it. Superconducting coil block. I need 9 of you. Aluminum, what the heck? I set this up yesterday. Did it not process the aluminum? Or did we just eat it all? No, you're producing aluminum. Either it's... Hang on. Let me check if you're actually like doing anything. You should be going in here, I think. Oh, you know what it is. I'm trashing it. Oh, I'm trashing it all. Oh no. Deserved. It's because I had like a millions of aluminum stuck in the storage, and I just didn't want to deal with it, so I put it in a void cell to be trashed, and then cleaned out the storage. But then I forgot to reset the filters, so we just lost. It was probably a lot of aluminum, but that's fine. It's free anyways, and we're getting it from the bees. So slowly but surely, we'll get the aluminum going. We don't need a lot anyways. So let's try crafting that heat resistant. Why do I have one? I don't know. Look at that. We already have it. Are you trying to craft it? Oh, it's for the superconducting coil block. Yeah, it's fine. I'll just craft 9 but missing items. And then we need some neonite. Do not have any. How do I make this? Chisel this stuff here. I'll make a pattern for this. This is circuit 24. I don't think we have one here. No, but we do have a circuit 24 in the old setups, which works just fine. Right here. Yeah, all the old wires. We're not making wires we're not making cables this way anymore either. We're doing it the blank circuit method. So we just need a couple of neonite. Not Nino. Not Nino. Neonite. 8 of you. Not 83. It's too much. 8. Thank you. And then we chisel it. I haven't used my chisel in a while. I know we have a chisel. It's right here. And it's the 7. That's a cool looking block. How come I don't use this? Oh, it glows. That's a cool looking block. Okay. You're stuck because of the blast furnace. You're also stuck. Okay, turn on so that. Yeah, we have a lot of power. It's fine. 400 billion. We're good. So what am I missing for this? Just all the sterile water plant casing because we need a lot of leadox. That's what the leadox is for. And the graphite is for graphene, I think. Actually, how am I making graphite right now? There's probably a cheaper way to make graphene. Yeah, okay. It's been a while since I looked at the graphene recipe. Naquinol doped wafer. I'm gonna take this out and see if I can like fix it. We're using Naquidol. Yes, but we're not making we're not making super glue, so I can definitely increase. But I don't think it matters because it's still 1 graphite to 1 graphene. So I'm not gonna change the recipe for now. We're also not making super glue, and this stuff is it's kind of atrocious to make, I think. You can need polymer, which is a chemical plant, which is a kind of nasty. Yeah, I'm not gonna deal with that. Sorry. Not now, at least, until we actually need it. So I'll put this back in circuit 1, right? Yeah. Well, I guess it's not all lost. We can actually increase it. So we do have circuit 1 in the assembler. Right. Yes. Okay. So we can actually increase the recipe size at least. Like that. Speed it up just a smidge. UA 1. Right there. So if I want to craft a little bit of graphene, we should be able to. Ew, look at all these recipes here that I should probably increase. Still very fast though. And then graphene dust is all of that. How fast are you? 10 seconds for the entire batch. It's not too bad. There you go. Okay. So it's becoming clear to me that we're going to want more of that stuff. But can I make the sterile water plant casings? What am I missing? 672 of these. Ledox, I think we'll get this over time kind of quickly. But the graphite, I don't think so. I might be able to set up the recipe. This one over time. And maybe I will, or just throw it, find a graphite ore vein, which might be the faster option. Actually, it's even faster to do diamonds. Actually, I do have a diamond ore. Actually, don't I have a bunch of diamond ore here? One. I have one. Did I set this up? Don't remember. Hang on. Diamond dust. No. Okay, so I can probably throw the diamond B in here. If I have one. Might be over here. Hang on. Is there such a thing as a did I even set? I don't remember if I set it up. No, I have the comb. That means the B must be somewhere. We do have the B. Yeah, we have it. Where's the princess? You're not in here, right? No. Where's the princess? Did I lose it somehow? Oh, you might be in storage, actually. Hang on. Yeah, because you moved a bunch of princesses over in storage. Yeah, you're right here. We'll just use this one then. Okay. And then we can set up a diamond comb. Okay. Sweet. Let's do this. So, diamond comb. How to process this is a chemical reactor. Like that. And then you're going to make purified diamond ore. Honestly, the best way for me to deal with this is to just send it to the ore muncher, which is what this guy is doing. This has like a high priority of 0, which means it tries, like how this works is that it tries to put stuff in here in the drawer controller. If it can't, it tries to put stuff like in the storage buses here. If it can't, then it tries to put it here in the storage in the inner chest. If it can't, that's when it goes into here. Right. So if I just put the purified diamond ore stuff in here, it'll just go back into the our main ore muncher, the brown chest. That way I don't have to set it up here because I'm lazy. All right, so let's do that. We'll stick with the diamond. And this should help us out with our graphite issues. And then once I get enough of a backlog, I can not worry about this because we're getting it from the void miner as well. Take out one of you and put you there. All right. As long as you're not struggling, right? It doesn't look like it's struggling if it's able to do that fast. Collapse all of those. All right, sweet. So that's going to help us out with our graphite situation. I might as well start the recipe. Anything else finished? No, everything's still trying to process. Aluminum dust, it's missing it. That's because we store it in a storage bus, meaning it's not going to be able to handle that. Hydrochloric acid. Do we not have hydrochloric acid? No, we do. Are you not getting it or what? Are you not getting the aluminum combs? Or are you going somewhere else? You're not even filtered to it, duh. Let's see how fast the guy's taking care of it. Yeah, we might also have issues with how fast we're exporting fluids because it didn't ease all of it at once, right? Maybe not all of it, but eats a lot of it at once. All right, just throw that back in there. Oops, put a data stick in there. Give that back. Okay, so we're getting graphite and aluminum at a better thing. So this isn't going to register that we have aluminum because we stored it in a storage bus. It has to pass through the system. And if it doesn't pass through the system, then it won't register it as being collected. I can even just drop it and it will register. Okay, thanks for not proving that I don't know what I'm talking about. You're making all of these motors. I can definitely increase the recipe here to make more at once. Might be something I do actually. Let's do that. So components, I think I do want to set up to be like crafting 8 at a time. Let's do 8. Yeah, like that, sure. We need a lot of those. CPM ones, should I do 8? I might as well do 8 for the CPM ones too. But that's it. I won't touch anything else. They get expensive. Okay, so superconducting coil block. We need 9 of those, right? Everything else finished. Okay. So we need the tinted industrial glass. We need heat resistant trinium plating. All of you. Superconducting coil block is being crafted. We have that. Did you get stuck? I'm always worried it gets stuck. I need to trust it more. I will attempt to trust it more. We're crafting those, and then the reinforced water plank casings. I'm gonna get those crafted, but probably missing resources. 672. Yeah, that's fine. 672. Then just set those to missing resources and go. This way, it'll make progress as we're taking a break and whatnot. I even got myself some chai tea. Is that how you pronounce it? Is it kai or chai? I don't actually know. It's kind of like a standard. Whenever I used to stream in the mornings, I would pour myself like a tea or a coffee in the morning. It would help out. It's kind of nostalgic, drinking this in the morning while streaming. Yeah, it's a very nostalgic taste. Man, this stuff's expensive. Yes, I can fix up like the recipe crafting, speed up some of these recipes, but honestly, I'm not worried about it because our bottleneck is like we don't have our bottleneck, which is our lead oxide graphite. So we gotta wait a little bit for that stuff. so I won't worry about it too much. These guys are finishing up. I guess another thing to look at is the component ass line. We can craft this. It's expensive, right? But we can craft it. You know what? Maybe I'll set up a recipe for it while we're here, right? Because we're going to be waiting around for a while. So I guess I'll do that right now. Component ass line. Okay, so I do got a break. And I'm going to go ahead and take that. Do my stretches, morning stretches, and get some more fluids, more drinks for myself. So I'll be right back. Thank you. Man, if it let me put down my water bucket, I would be steaming through this course right now. Okay, no, I'm okay though. I'm okay. Too close. What? It was nothing. I put myself through danger for no reason. Is it going? It scared me. At least Ben survived. Oh no. Oh yeah, that's the whole bay is goodbye. Okay. Oh yeah, you absolutely want to be careful because if you don't do it correctly, goodbye to your entire base. Alright. Let's go check what happened to the rest of the base. Okay. What was that? There's so many mobs in here. What's going on here? What the heck is this? Oh no. Six times 9 is 63. You don't need a calculator. I know my math.
Okay, back.
Sometimes, so I need a component ass. I was laughing to myself when I got back to my computer. It's funny. Yeah, but I know someone told me about the component assembly line a while back and made a suggestion to make it, and I checked the recipe and we can. Incredibly expensive though, but we can make it. And I might as well try to see if we can, because it's gonna make everything cheaper with these components here. I don't know how cheaper, but it looks like it's gonna be cheaper. Yeah, much more efficient. So we do want to check this out. I would at least try to set up a recipe for it. Let's see if we can actually get anywhere close to it. You need to get scanned with the component assembly line casing before I can do that. Are you stuck? Or are you just that slow? You're making a lot of cables. And so fast too. I love it. You hear me say it a lot, but whenever I see this, a one-tick recipe, it's so funny to me. Because the controller itself doesn't look like it's doing anything. Component. Sorry, I laugh easy. Component assembly line casing. We haven't set up a recipe for this for us, so I'll do that. That is a assembly machine. Oh, look at that. We're actually out of space. So let's make some pattern crafting cards. I'll use 4 for now. Can I shift right click these into them? Yeah, we use all of them. Oh, I can. That's good to know. I mean, while I'm here, might as well put all of them. But it puts the whole stack in there. Okay, I need just one of you. Missing graphite. And we need dense titanium plate. This is a bending machine with circuit 9. Okay, so we need, and then graphite is kind of just, we'll get graphite over time eventually. Did we have enough graphite? No, we need 13,000 more. And we only make 208 so far. That's a little troubling. How much diamonds do we have? We don't produce it too much, actually. So I check here. I had no issues with that much. So we may want to give it more power now that I think about it. The ore miner, at least. Or more diamond. Yeah, we could probably do that. More diamond bees. Because we need 13,000 graphite. That's a lot of graphite. I'll do that. More diamond bees. So what I can do here is actually shut this off. And then take out all the bees that we're currently using and then cram in more Imperials. Because in order to duplicate bees, we need royal jelly, a lot of it. And we consume a lot of it. So let's just throw these guys in here. I'm curious if it like consumes all of the royal jelly that we produce in the first place. I think it does. Yeah, it is. I don't think it'll produce more than we consume. 256. Well, no, we're getting a positive number, I think. No, it's not. It's gonna consume all of it, yeah. 75, right, 354. 114. No, yeah, okay, we are getting a net positive. That's good. I'll leave it there for now. I guess what we can do actually. There are 2 empty slots. We can actually turn on this guy and make more royal jelly. We need 2 bees for that. Hey, Antropod. Actually, how much royal jelly do we have? So the mega apiary, I forget. I told myself I wasn't going to use the mega apiary anymore, but I might as well use it while we still have all the stuff for it. The swarmer here is consumes 100 royal jelly per operation. We need a couple of bees, diamond bees, to speed this up. So pause it. Okay. So we have how much? 1,000. That should be enough for plenty of bees. So I'll take these guys out. Oh, I always forget. Don't click it fast because it crashes. I guess they haven't fixed it. We are running the 2.7.4. I guess they haven't fixed it where if you click too fast, it breaks it. It doesn't like it. So I'm gonna put a diamond queen in there. We want more. We want more diamond bees. So I'll turn this to swarmer mode. Okay. And then put all my bees away. Whenever I look at my apiary, my game lags so bad. It takes like a minute for the server to process. It's really funny though. That's great. Okay, so we're trying to get a couple bees. I guess what I'm trying to do is we're working on the tier 5 water line. We have the controller, right? But of course, everything else that's not very cheap to craft. And I also kind of want to show you my tier 4 water setup. It's kind of just hanging out here. It does work. But the idea with this is that only when it's like active, like currently running, it'll tell this stuff to actually output its fluids and the items, right? This is always going to be stocked. And then of course we have our sensor hatches. I also learned the hard way that if this is set to example 0.05, like if the small chance that it hits 7.05, it actually will delete the water. So overnight I ran it and it got stuck and I was like, why did it get stuck? That's because whenever it says neutralized, like when it says, I'm pointing at the screen like you can see where I'm pointing, right? But the pH value is within 0.05. That's not inclusive. It does not include 7.05 and 6.95. So it was actually deleting my water. So I had to increase this to 0.96 and 0.04, and so far it's been doing pretty good. So it's kind of running right now, right? And like, it's below 6.96, so it's gonna be putting in items from here to try to top it off. And then once it hits 7.01, which is within these two, it'll turn off both signals and it won't put any more items. And it'll just stick with that. Now it's 100% chance. Took me a while to get it set it up, but I'm proud of it. I mean, you can touch it. Of course, there's like a more min-max you can do to use exactly enough items because it kind of it kind of does that. But so far it's been working pretty well. Yeah, it bit me in the ass, but only because I didn't set this up correctly. That one little tiny bit of 0.01 difference actually did break it. Because whenever it got to exactly 7.05, it would delete the water. So I just had to make that tiny change, and so far it's been working just fine. And then I also had the other water lines here. You know, like flocculation and whatnot. I I kind of took it. I think it was you that told me about it. The I'm flocculating. I took inspiration from that, and it's so funny to me. You got me laughing again. So this is what I did. It's a very scuffed setup, right? But the idea is that it crafts. Like, I even named the two interface I'm flocculating. But the idea is that it pushes all the items, but it also pushes a crafting item. And guess what? It's a piece of paper renamed I'm flocculating. So if I try to craft some, oh, we don't have aluminum. Of course I don't. That's right. We're consuming all of it to craft other. Oh, I didn't deal with this. That's why we don't have aluminum. I forgot about this. You know what? Thanks for showing up. You reminded me that I have to do this. I was wondering why we don't have aluminum. We just ate it all. We just never dealt with the waste liquid. Anyways. So when we try to craft it, we use this piece of paper to tell the system that it's currently crafting the water. That way, it doesn't like put too much of the aluminum chloride in there. There's only ever going to be one of those pieces of paper. And one, I'm flocculating, look at that. But there's only ever going to be one of those pieces of paper in storage at a time. And it works so far. And it tries to craft it whenever it's level maintained. So if it's below 1,000,000, it'll try to craft. But it can't because I am dumb and I didn't deal with this. So it's a good thing that we saw that. So let's do that. Before I do that, I need to get the diamonds going because we're actually out of... We are out of... What do you call it? Graphite. Oh, that's too many. That's too many princesses, but you know what? It's fine. What's a regulator? Oh, duh. Okay, sure. All right, so we have way too many bees for our own good. How many can I fit in here? 8, right? I think it's 8. I can't put princesses in there. Oh, that's kind of sad. That's fine. We have a lot of drones. We're looking for desert, no oasis, right? Hot normal right there. I told myself I didn't want to mess with bees, and here I am messing with bees still. Actually, you don't even need anything. You just need to. You don't need to breed it. You just need to turn them into princesses or into queens. So I'll put one there. You guys should all be the same. All right. Diamond princess. So this is 4, 5. This is my temporary graphite solution. We have a permanent graphite solution, but I need a lot right now for the casings. I lost count. Diamond queen 1. That's 6. 2 more slots I can put. Temporary solution. All right. I'll put these guys back here. I'm trying not to deal with the apiary ever. It's so tedious. And we can't put anything else in there. Okay. I'm just going to... I'll keep all the stuff that we actively use. Like we need a lot of TNT, xenon, salt, imperials. I'll just throw them up there. It's fine. I'll put them wherever. This stuff I'll trash because I don't need that many bees. Imperials, I'll put it back. We need aluminum. Refined for oil and imperial queen and stuff. These are the 5 that we need though for a lot of stuff. And then these guys, I don't need any more of those. How much combs do you make? 219 combs, which is more than what I was doing before. Okay. But I was laughing so hard yesterday because it's just a funny word, flocculating. I love it. I love it. How you and other people have said that. Flocculating so hard right now. What do you mean unlinked? Oh, it just takes a while to update. But yeah, we did move everything over from the water tower. I'm not using this anymore. And actually, I just reminded myself I can take apart this. I don't need this anymore. I don't even know where that went. It was like right here. Yeah, this one. Don't need that anymore. Okay, so I need to deal with the flocculation waste liquid. I forgot to deal with it. That's my bad. This is a distillation tower. I even told myself yesterday, oh, we have, because we had it being dealt with up there, but I removed the distillation tower and I told myself that's fine because we have one over here. I'll just use this one, and then I never set it up. So totally my fault. Can I push fluids in here if it's not on the same side? Or do I need another input hatch? I was always thinking that you need another input hatch. Well, one way to find out, right? I don't think it'll work. It'll work unless you have like a pump or something. If not, then let's just get an input hatch just in case. Sure, use a CPM one. I don't care. I guess we'll use acceleration cards also because we have a lot of fluid to deal with. Yeah, let's see if this works. It does work. Oh, I was always thinking that it doesn't. Okay, well that's that dealt with. I think. Right? Yeah, he needs 10,000. Okay. Everything else is being dealt with. It pushes everything out. All right, that's gonna help us out with how much aluminum is that gonna give me actually? If we have 20 million of this. Yeah, if we have 20 million of flocculation waste, let's go to do the math. 20 million divide by each recipe consumes 10,000. So divide by 10,000 is 2,000 recipes. Multiply by 20. That is 40,000 aluminum just sitting in. I flocculated too hard. You put 30 compact fusion reactors yesterday. Jeez, I only have one, and you know how long it took me to get the one? It is getting to that point though. I think that's what I'm gonna do next after I get infinity. And again, once I get infinity ingots, I think the next step is to upgrade the compact fusion. Get to Mark II and then use that to make more power and whatnot. Because our base is okay. Like using that emergency shutoff, it does keep our base running. It saved our base like all the time, but like we need to generate more power. How bad are Mark V's to compact fusion? I'm assuming it's this one, right? Ugh. It's atrocious. But the expensive part are the actual casings and all of the whatever this is. Oh, don't make me. I hate these energy cores. Like it's an IV recipe, but like there's like a million of them. Yeah, I remember the struggles with coils. Okay, so we can just leave this running there for a while. That's an issue. So, Entropod, I'm curious about this. There's like, I have this happening, right? Oh, that's an issue. I should probably deal with that. Does it like get all the fluids if I just have one output hatch? Does it work like that? Like one ME output hatch? Or do I have to like connect them all like this? It doesn't work, right? How fast can... So if I want to get all of these fluids out instantaneously, it outputs its own fluid. Okay. So if I want to get all of this out like this, I would either have to use a really thick fluid pipe or just have everything. I didn't even consider subnet. You're right. I didn't even consider subnet. ME output. Or ME output on each of them, right? I mean, I probably will just end up doing that because we have all the channel space. I mean, you know what? Most of the time, it doesn't even matter most of the time because we don't craft that much stuff in the distillation tower. It's only having issues now because of the amount of flocculation waste I have. So I'll do this temporarily. So ME output hatch. And then we need a couple 1K fluid storage cells. So I'll let this recipe get dealt with, and then I'll put it back to normal because we don't need it to be running like max efficiency, right? It only just needs to deal with this stuff here. Oh, turn that off. My solution for fluid storage is 2 rows of TFFTs, one without and one with void mode, and a bunch of cells. Oh. Yeah, I don't really have a good like fluid storage solution, but I'll get to that when I get to that. TFFTs are for big fluids and byproducts. Like I have one TFFT, but that's all I can say about it. You have enough channel space on this wire, right? Yeah, you do. All right, how about that? And now it's item space having an issue. Oh, no wonder. Just give this a bigger output bus. Hilarious. I can't even craft any more output buses. You know what? Just do this. I'm getting close enough to the what do you call it? I'm getting close enough to the neutronium energy cell that I can not worry about. I shouldn't worry about channels. There we go. So now the bottleneck is how fast we're pumping flocculation waste liquid in there. Which is, you know what, that's fine. It'll get that with slowly. Yeah, yeah, but my fluid storage solutions is not very good. I know I'm going to have to update it at some point. Maybe I will follow along with what you're saying and have multiple rows of... This thing isn't even on. Oh, the thing is fully broken. That might have caused a lot of problems in my fluid storage, actually. It's funny. But this is set up for like things that this is for overflow. But that's all I have, and everything else is being stored in fluid cells. And a couple, like before the big break, I did like run out of fluid storage, so I had to add another drive full of stuff. But maybe there will be like a, what do you call it? A AE2 Renaissance, another one, right? Similar to this, whenever I get the neutronium energy cell. So maybe I'll just start spamming drives, who knows? Anyways, all of that, and I still need to craft the component assembly line casing so I can research it. Yeah. How much aluminum do we have now? Look at that, 11,000 now. That was the issue. What are you stuck on? Graphite. And leadox, we're getting leadox from the void miner that I set up earlier. We're still waiting on how much again? We need 1999. I'll go ahead and just take that out and put it back in here because it doesn't register it until you do that. Yeah, okay, so we just need 1250 more, and then graphite 13,000. How much do we have? Like nothing. It can take a while for us to get that much material back. We may have to set up other ways of getting it too. Like I know there's a recipe to turn silicon and what do you call it? Carbon to graphite. But I don't know if I want to set that up yet. If I'm desperate, I don't know if I'm that desperate. Maybe I am, right? Okay. Look at that. It's crafting flocculated water. I can show you now. So whenever it crafts, it puts this piece of paper in here, right? But then it waits for the craft to actually start, and then it gets put into here. I'm flocculating. And it kind of just hangs out until the craft finishes, which then it tells the system that it can make another batch. Because if I were to try to craft more flocculated water, it won't because it's missing the I'm flocculating. And this way, it doesn't spam polyaluminum chloride and then just mess up with the craft. I really like the water line. It's like a really challenging automation, right? One flock block, but I really like it because each water line setup is like it's a different beast to deal with, right? And I really like that. The neutralization one was really fun too. I like this one. Yes, I'm using wooden pipes. That's all you need. So, is this guy even done? I set my water line to 2 million parallel, so it does not work constantly. Mine is at 900, the bare minimum. So now I'm curious. I actually, you know what? You have. I forget that I have access to your server still, right? Are you on 2.7.4? Because maybe I'll come by and check it out. Because I wanted some ideas about the tier 5 one. I have some ideas, like keeping a constant buffer of helium plasma and supercoolant. And then like whenever the recipe starts, I wanted to like activate some regulators, right? That are set to an exact amount. And like repeaters and timers and whatever. That's what I was thinking. Maybe I'll come by and check out whenever we actually get started with setting it up. Maybe I'll come by and check out how it's done. Because I've always been like that. I like to figure things out myself, but I don't think I should like shy away from, you know, inspiration from other stuff. And I still haven't checked out your base. Tier 5 is a bit annoying, yeah. So we can actually do tier 6, but the craft for this is kind of atrocious, and I don't think I want to do with this right now. Yeah, no, we don't. So I'm going to hold off on this because for the UHV energy hatch, you need minimum tier 5. Tier 6 is to make it fast. That's because of these QPIC wafers. You can use tier 5. Tier 6 speeds it up, right? That's it. But I can do it with just tier 5, and I think I'm going to stick with that first. Greg Gaming. Yeah, we're gaming now. So we have a component. And on the side, while all the tier 6 stuff is, tier 5 stuff is being crafted, I'm also trying to research the component ass line and see what this takes. This one is going to be funny. We all know this one's going to be built like this upwards, just like this guy is, the fluid solidifier and the ass lines. We all know it's going to be like that. Because miss me with wide buildings. So no, I'm going for tall buildings. So if I want to research this guy, go ahead. Easy. Then I can put that here. Right there. I've been experiencing Gregtech for the first time recently, not New Horizons though. That's okay. Any type of Gregtech, it's Gregtech. I'm on the opposite side where I have been experiencing. It's actually the complete opposite. I have been experiencing Gregtech, but really the only Gregtech pack I've played is GTNH. I never went the. I guess the community typically says the easy route is to never play GTNH until you're comfortable with Gregtech, but I don't think like that. I wanted to try something, and I'm gonna try it. That's how it was. I heard Monofact. I only hear good things about Monofactory. I'm gonna put this in the S line over here. This is going to be a UHV recipe, meaning we have to put it in the up tier S line because we can't do that. We can't do UHV recipes in this one yet. So not this one, we need up tier. That one. So all my UHV recipes are in this S line over here. And then we need 2 energy hatches to bring this up to UEV power pretty soon. Been playing Monofactory. Oh, you already said that. It's been good so far. Yeah, I hear some good things about it. I've seen very little of it. Like the only amount of Monofactory I've seen is Threefold's gameplay, but I only saw like the first 2 episodes, I think. Has a built-in crafting tree calculator, which is a game changer. That's pretty impressive, actually. It might be similar to this one because we have it too. For example, let's look at the component S line, right? I can tell this to, it requires all of this, right? And let's say, oh, I wanted to learn how to craft S lines. So it's like that, right? And then I can link them together. How much resource am I going to need? So 16 is going to require all of that stuff. And then you can just keep going down the list, right? Like UV arms, like that. So 16 of those is going to require all this stuff. And you just keep going like this, right? This is very useful, like early game. But whenever you're at this point where every single thing needs like a million items, it's not worth it. Like imagine doing this crafting tree for like all of these items, and that's not happening. And AE2 made this kind of redundant, a bit more manual than what I'm using. I guess I have to see it, but I don't doubt it. That is pretty cool. I know like more modern. I don't know how to get yeah. Goodbye. Like more modern packs. Like I'm also playing Compact Claustrophobia on the side. A shameless advertisement. I have a Let's Play going on there too on my YouTube. It has the there's like a crafting calculator item, and it's pretty cool because you can teach it recipes and whatnot, and it makes like a whole thing for you. There's so many like NEI, JEI equivalents that I kind of forgot. Like I just don't bother with what they're called anymore. Anyway, so this component assembly line. How expensive is this guy? I doubt that we can craft this. Oh, my storage is struggling. Yeah, we don't even have enough crafting storage space. You see how we're missing this large volumetric flask? That is because we don't have enough. We don't have enough biocatalyst. Raw growth catalyst, yeah. So we have this filter set up to 1000. And whenever it crafts it, it consumes the only one in storage that we have. So if I try to craft another one, it won't work. So anytime a recipe needs those flasks, that tells me that we don't have enough of this, and we have to make bigger buffer. But I think it's because of all these circuits that it needs to craft. I want to push for an ME system, but I have no clue where to get started scores for the charger. Is it Monofactory like is it Monofactory like a more modern, right? So don't you get it from like meteors or like it's the A2 equivalent of the amethyst buds. I think that's how you get Certus quartz in that version. Meteor compass needs a charger. Okay. Okay. I don't quite know. Why is it not on passive? I can just make a bigger buffer. It's level maintained. So it essentially is on passive. I just have to increase the buffer. So it's trying to craft a million. So if I make this 10 million, it'll make more. So you're saying make it 10 million? Circular dependency means there's probably another way. Yeah, there most likely is. Actually, how much am I going to need to craft that? Maybe I'll take inspiration from that. The component ass line. And if I try to craft it, how much catalyst medium do I actually need? Where the heck is this? Those orange plus white stacked ingots look like beds. Where? On my screen? I don't see any ingots. Orange plus white stacked. You might be talking about the heavy duty ingots, I think. I forget what they're called. I'm talking about this one, sleeping bag. I'm a little confused. Put in a quantum tank. Yeah, I might do that actually. Okay. I'm just curious, like how much of that fluid that we need to craft a component ass line. Where is it? You don't even need that much. You just need 328 more thousand, 328,000 more. You might be talking about the or look at what's it called? It's something in industrial craft. Talking about this one, copper ingot. Either that or yeah, it does look like a bed actually, you're right. Now I'm never gonna unsee that, thank you. So I'll increase the buffer. They're trying to craft 2 million, and I'll just increase the buffer to this for now. Make it 10. Go. Make me 10 million. Oh, when you search Kata, they show up. Oh, there it is. Atomic separation catalyst ingot. Why is it white? Oh, catalyst. Okay, anything with the word catalyst, I guess, gets piled up like that. I don't get it. Okay, so it's gonna try to craft more. So Anthropo, technically it is passive. If I have it level maintained to a certain amount, then yes, it crafts by itself. And that also includes mutagen. So it's passive with extra steps. Okay, anyways, Ledox, yeah, probably does explain the copper too. How much Ledox do we need? I might want to speed up the ore miner. Get more of this stuff. How do I get Ledox again? This is temporary, but maybe I'll set up like a normal miner or something. Because we're getting small Ledox right now from Callisto, but it's only this stuff, so it's a little more rare. But if I were to set up like a miner here, then we would get a lot more in Europa or Enchilada. Actually, Europa. This doesn't give us no. That's fine. But really our main issue is graphite. In that time we generated 1500. So maybe I will set up that recipe because I'm a little desperate for graphite right now. We have it like infinitely produced, but it's going to take a while to get 12,000. But once we have a lot of it, then we won't have to worry about it. So I guess for now I will set up that recipe. It's going to be a weird one. Circuit 22 is weird. You've not seen Galacticraft in a while lately. I'm kind of sick of it. Actually, no, because GT&H. Okay. So the Galacticrafts in most packs, it's kind of annoying because you constantly, like, once you unlock Galacticraft, for example, in Project Ozone 3, once you unlocked Galacticraft, you like that's all you're doing until you get to the very end. You go fight a dungeon, get the schematic, build a rocket, and then you go to another planet and you just keep doing that until you're finished. At least in GT&H, the rocket crafting is absurdly expensive and it takes a long time to go to a new tier. So you're not like being swamped by having to travel a whole bunch. It's only sometimes. Plus, there's actually a purpose to go to other places. So I think it's pretty nice. I think I'll throw it. This is a weird one. So if I throw this here, circuit 22, is this used for anything else? No. In a blast furnace, no. So I'll just throw it in here and then throw a circuit 22 in there. Seems like only the moon is actually needed though. If it's anything like GT&H, then you probably need to go to the moon to get like titanium, because that's usually how it starts. I probably will end up leaving this recipe in there, honestly. Because I'm going to forget about it, let's be honest. Silicon carbide dust. Next, this is in a mixed circuit 12. Don't give me that. It's a weird circuit. All right. All right. Do I have a circuit 12 somewhere? Probably not. I do. Why the heck? That's a weird one. I guess I do. Okay. I hope you don't mix up with anything else. All right, I'm going to go ahead and cancel this guy. 415. All right, we needed those reinforced sterile water plant casings. 672257. Yeah, it's just like in here. There's some sickos that do no rocket runs. You can actually get pretty far without any rocket. Like there's ways to get titanium. For example, the normal route to get titanium, you have to go to the moon to get ilmenite or bauxite, which can be processed down into titanium. But you got other ways of getting titanium, like for example, how do I do this? Like titanium ore, you can get this from, I guess not titanium, but like ilmenite. For example, you can go like in the outer end islands and such. Only problem is when you need tangium. No, so you can go that far. Isn't tangium like one of the last things you need from the space? Oh yeah, so yeah, the void world is interesting though because you need like, I think it's like there is some changes you have to make to the pack. I don't think you can do everything completely from the void, but it's pretty interesting though. Oh, anyways, graphite. And we can craft it. What is Tangum? I'll look at what Tangum is right now. Oh, so you just don't need a rocket straight up. Don't tempt me, Antropod. Next playthrough, solar only, no rocket run. Nah, I won't do that to myself. Reinforced. But I will like to try a solar only run. 672 minus 257. 672 minus 257. Okay, we can actually craft a graphene. We just need the LEDOX. So it is 672 minus, how much do I have? I already forgot the number. 257. Craft, ignore the missing recipes. Oh, got taken up by LEDOX. They've basically been solving ores with blood magic meters. Yeah, I have, this isn't, like this run I'm doing right now, we don't really do magic. We did the bare minimum to get like nanosuit boots and goggles. I haven't even upgraded them to the next tier because I'm lazy. But again, I'm already considering another playthrough when I'm going to finish it. I'm getting Stargate on this one. It has been deemed. It's going to take a while, but I'm going to get it. But next playthrough, I'm considering a solar only, but I will do magic. And I refuse. I will not do crops or bees ever again. Nuh-uh. Tedious. I'm gonna drink my chai tea. Drink water too. Hang on. The last time I did like blood magic seriously was in Divine Journey 2. And if you haven't played that pack, that pack requires a ton of blood magic and weird automations for it too. But it was fun. I really did learn a lot about blood magic playing Divine Journey. Look at this, it's so slow. Actually, it's not even that slow. We just need a couple more LEDOX, 800 more, and we'll get that over time. It looks like everything else is going to finish, though, before we get enough LEDOX. Divine Journey is fun, honestly. Like, I had a good time. I recommend it. Unfortunately, I didn't really get a chance to use the gear much because it's a project year pack, so gem armor exists. That's true. I never really play with the blood magic armor. I don't understand it. Because usually whenever blood magic is in the pack, there's always something else that's there that's even stronger. So I never really use the blood magic armor, but I hear that it's really strong, but like so is everything else. So LEDOX is a little slow, and I'm honestly considering just setting up a small miner just to get it. Just to get the rest of it. I'm not gonna make another void miner. Actually, do I have a ore drilling plant or something? No. Am I really gonna throw an advanced miner into? Absolutely. It's also just a little exploration. Oh, you know what I can do? We can visit Atropod's world and see how he set up this extreme whatever. Let's do it. Let's do it. We have a lot of time, and I'm kind of just stalling because we're waiting on LEDOX. Actually, no, let's set up the miner at least. Let's just do that. We will have enough if we set up a basic miner, not combustion. Oh, burning. How come we just don't set up a void mine? We do. It's just slow. Empty cells. There we go. A bunch of you. Playthrough ended by me putting something in a drawer that the game didn't like. It's totally like a Minecraft, modded Minecraft thing for a playthrough to the end because it just broke. That's funny. Why are you not crafting? Where are you even crafting? This is very slow and it concerns me. I don't even know where I'm making this. Where the heck am I making empty cells? I'm not blind, right? It's not. Oh, it's over there. Oh, that's probably why. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that explains it. Last backup was before me building an unnecessarily large multi-block, and I don't feel like doing it again. Totally understandable. I completely get that. Some nitrobenzene to power this. Thank you. And then some mining pipe. And then ender chests. Set up to brown dye. Look at me setting up an HV miner and all the way out here in UHV tier. I don't recommend that. That's pretty much all I need, right? A source of power, the miner itself, and that. This is just going to help me with a little bit of lead ox that I still need. But we are producing this. We have a void miner working. It's just, I don't want to wait. So we go to enchilada. And then let's get my scanner. Oh, it's struggling. Uh-oh. Oh, we already have everything. Okay, so we're looking for lead ox over there. It was 16 by 31 by 16. Okay. All right. That's totally understandable why you wouldn't want to set that up. Actually, I forget how these guys work. I gotta put it like way up here. It'll go right here. So we need the miner itself. We need a source of power. Sir, please leave that. Sorry for the flashbang. It is a very bright screen. I have a whole bunch of that. And then mining pipes, and then make you push up. And then auto output like that. Yes. And I'll just put the rest of the stuff there. All right, that's going to help a little bit, but not a lot. But you know what? I'm going to leave this chunk loaded. And just so that I don't forget about it. Enchilada. It's not called enchilada. That's just what I call it in Miner. And then while this is running, this should help us out with our LEDOX issues. For now. But we have an automated way of getting it. It just takes forever. If it was a big cube, I would just bang it out what the builders want. It's called enchilada. That's what we've always called it. It's pronounced Enceladus. It's a Jupiter moon, I think. We call it enchilada. Okay. It's definitely funnier. I want to, like, since we're kind of just stalling here, we're waiting for materials to come in. What I want to do next is check out Anthropod's base. And he's been chatting. He did invite me to his server a while back, and I kind of just want to check out what he's doing. So I'm going to do that. Of course, I will be right back though because I gotta hide. It might help out if I have some here. I think I do. Hold, yes, a lot. Oh, look, I already had the thing. Okay. Add a server.
Well, it went through all of that and only gave us 13.
What blew up?
What blew up?
I don't know, but everything blew up. That's fine. It wasn't that expensive.
Machine? Lose a machine. What does that mean? Lose a
Multiple
machine. What?
machines blew up. It's okay. But there you have it. Hope that answers the question of what texture pack I'm using. I also included a link to the GTNH wiki that has more resource packs there for you to check out if you were interested. Like I mentioned earlier, I'd like for this to be a series where I answer some frequently asked questions.
Oh, never
So if I
mind.
get any more, I'll be sure to answer them. But for now,
Apparently, he has a hardcore darkness on the server. Mine's disabled. That's fine. We'll join another time. I don't want to reload the pack right now. I don't know. It said it in like hardcore darkness. I did, yeah. I don't like hardcore darkness, so I remove it. I can always add it back. It's fine, but oh, look at that. We're getting a lot of Ledox from this. We should get this in no time. I forget I do that. Yes, I do remove that. I also add custom NPCs. So oh, you know what? That's probably why I was able to join last time. Because I had a fresh install. So my install, it probably won't even work because one, I don't have hardcore darkness, and I also have custom NPCs. And plus, I think those are the only two client side mods that I have added to my game. So it's probably not going to work. That's fine. I can join off camera, but I would have to make a blank instance in that case, which is fine. And I don't have that right now. So we just need 500 more Ledox. We're almost there. Yeah, we'll get it in no time. Okay, so another thing we can work on. Well, actually, the first thing I want to craft is that neutronium energy cell. Oh, it's expensive. Not really, though. Really, the main issue is the number of infinity ingots. But once we have the catalyst, we should be okay. To make the infinity dust, it's something. How do I do this again? It's infinity catalyst. Yeah, it's in here, but they did it in a unique way. So for example, the infinity catalyst. Yes, you can make it the normal way with all of this stuff, singularities and whatnot, but how you're supposed to do it is use a neutronium compressor, and they got rid of the actual neutronium compressor and they replaced it with with this multi-block. But you need the infinity catalyst dust to turn that into the catalyst, and then you can use this to turn it into the ingots using the extreme crafting method. But at some point, there's also other ways to get infinity ingots. To get this infinity catalyst dust, yeah, it's ore processing. No, it's not that bad. You don't have to deal with singularities. But to get this crushed infinity catalyst ore, the only way I can get it right now, I think, is getting to tier 8 Vega B. And this is where the whole like rabbit hole went, right? Because right now I'm on tier 6. I have a tier 6 rocket. So I have to craft a tier 7 rocket. And maybe this is actually something we can do. We can actually build this right now. I think I have it ready. And then I need to get the tier 8 rocket. Tier 8 rocket is going to be tricky, though, because it's a UEV recipe and we're at UHV. So in order to step up, so for example, the heavy duty alloy tier 8 ingots for this, like it needs UEV. And in order to get UEV power, I need 2 UHV energy hatches. And then to get UHV energy hatch, I need tier 5 water. And that's what I'm trying to make. Tier 5 water line. So it can get quite it's a big rabbit hole we're going down right now. So how much Ledox do I have? Yeah, okay, setting up the miner did help us out a lot. You thought it wouldn't, but it did. For Infinity, you can cook it in DTPF. Yeah, the DTPF is a whole other multi-block. which we're not anywhere close to this, right? But it's this big old thing. And he's talking about a couple of recipes you can do here. For example, you can cook it like this with whatever this is. And like, ugh, we'll get there eventually. It's one of the multi-blocks of all time for sure, yes. Anyway, so I guess while we're waiting for this, what we can do is just build the tier 7 rocket. What kind of fuel does this need? I didn't think about it. I may have to look into fuels. Oh, quest complete. Here's heavy duty plate. I think I crafted these overnight and I just forgot about them. Yeah, I do. Okay, I was waiting for the rest of like those to get here before completing these quests because otherwise I would have to do it all over again and that's atrocious. So we need a rocket computer. I think I had all the recipes in here already. Nope. Need one display for whatever reason. That is a blank ass machine, right? Yeah. All right, go for it. So I guess we can still go to tier 7 rocket. I don't know what kind of fuel we need. Let me see if I can search that up. Rocket fuel. Because the rocket fuels are kind of spaced. Right now we're using this stuff. Yeah, it can be used as rocket fuel up to tier 6, so we can't. We need a different rocket fuel. I'm guessing it's this one. There's a quest here that tells about the rocket, talks about the view mode. I want to see everything. Okay. So we have to craft this. Oh no, don't make me use a chemical plant. You're going to make me set up a chemical plant just to be able to fly, right? Let's just build the rocket first. You're crafting a bunch of stuff, actually. Oh, yeah, it's a lot of stuff you got to work through. Oh, hello. Got him. Yeah, the DTPF is like, it's a big goal to get to. Biblically accurate multi-block. It's not even the biggest one available, though. I think one of the bigger ones is like the God Forge. They added this in the recent update. Forge of the Gods. This thing can get quite large, and then you can still upgrade it even more. Yeah, that thing is massive. I visited Antropod's world a couple weeks ago, and I was able to see this thing, and it's huge. You even got things like the Eye of Harmony. This is another like look at this. Who's gonna read this? Honestly, people are just gonna set it up and like power it, and then just pray, hope and pray it works. Is this thing? Yeah, I remember logging into your world, Antropod, and I saw it just there in the corner. It looked so cool. Okay, that's enough Ledox. We have achieved greatness. I probably will be reading it. I've considered that one day. I've considered that before, making a like a playlist of me just reading like item descriptions. But I don't think anyone would watch that. You have to progress to 999. What does that mean? Is this not working or what? Where's that going? I feel like if you make it to where you can construct it, you would have to be the kind of person who would actually read it. That's very true. And a very good example, a damn good example of that actually is this. When I was setting this up, or when I was like, so they added the water line. Water line is just a whole quest line determined to like purify water, right? When this was getting set up, or when I was reading into this, I didn't need to build it. I was not going to read it. But now that I'm setting it up, I have to read it. So that makes sense. Anyways, I do have a break coming up. It's about that time of the stream, so I'm going to go ahead and take that, drink some water. I'm getting a little bit of dry mouth, do some stretches and whatnot, and you guys should as well. And so we'll come back, and then the Ledox should be completed, and we should be able to craft all of this. Anyways, I'll be right back. See you guys. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh, no. Get me out of here. Oh, I hate it. I broken one ore by accident, and then that happens. Yeah. I can do a key change. Whoops. That was the wrong note. I already forgot. Hang on, wait. Yeah. I can do another key change. There's another one. Whoops. I'm gonna put the thermometer on the floor.
Oh, Spike! It went over 5. It went over 5.
Get out.
I can't. Open the door!
I left the book in there.
It's over 5. Get out.
Dude, you scared me more than the ghost.
Oh my god, dude.
Is this like an AMA stream? We're watching Catching Up. We're watching my slow cooker. This is Slow Cooker Sundays. What the heck is this? A sore from the door? Oh, of course it is. Okay, so the idea with these streams, by the way, is nothing is happening. It's because I always make food. This is the third time I make food in the slow cooker, or I wake up in the morning or afternoon or early afternoon and
Okay.
put
Back.
something in there and I hang.
And so, kind of just waiting around for the casings to finish crafting. This one, I'm going to go ahead and cancel that because I may have to deal with the emitter. Cancel that for now. And let me double check this guy. You most likely got stuck with the emitter crafting because you have stacked recipes, I think. Yeah, in the quadru, I have to deal with that. I'll deal with this later. I don't want to deal with it right now because it's out of focus. Maybe I'll have the component ass line at that point, and then I won't have to deal with it like that. Component ass line is going to help out with those issues. So I guess for the newer folk that are watching this,
The issue with this is that whenever it gets put into the advanced assembly line, I don't have the recipes to differentiate these foils, so it puts them all in the same, like in the same place, and it just kind of gets stuck. You have to like rename these. That's why I have a lot of renamed items, easy to search, because I needed something that was easy to search. You're being crafted in an assembler. Oh, you're being crafted in the old one. Could speed it up a little bit by putting it there. Okay, but it is about time we get this. So what else do we need for this? We need wrong multi-block. For first of all, what's the recipe that we're trying to do here? This. Like that. So I'm thinking that we have a big buffer of like we always have helium plasma and supercoolant available. And then only when the recipe actually starts is when we like start allowing the fluids to be doing that. And it sounds like all I need is to have like fluid regulators, timers, repeaters, and whatnot to tell this to do this. You got to heat up the water and then cool the water like 3 times or something like that. Actually, what does it say? So it says each completed heating cycle boosts success chance by 33%. So Anthropod, if you're still around, does that mean I should do 4 times to like guarantee that it works? Because if I do it 3 times, it's going to be 99%. But that 1% is probably going to fail eventually. We're going to be running this thing constantly. Or should I just oh, you know what? No, I might not be able to. Might not be enough time. You're right. Because all of this has to be done within 120 seconds, right? So it looks like I'm going to have to use some of the water, right? Because you can always add like 10% if you give it like the water you're trying to craft. Because that's what the actual purification thing does. The plant. Base chance of success. Success rate can be boosted by using a portion of the target output. Not like other stages can fail. Tier 2 can fail. Okay, so I'm gonna aim for 3 cycles, and then just to avoid that 1% chance of it failing, I'm going to give a little bit of the portion. I don't know. I think first step is to actually set the thing up. Let's build it. Reinforced. No, not that. I think this is going to be quite large. Let's just get it going first. So we need some qubit. How large is this man? He's thick. Oh, this thing is huge. I don't even know where it's going to go. So it looks like the controller is right here. So this will be 1, 2, 3. It's going to be 3 blocks away from a corner. Let's try to get this set up. Okay, so 1, 2, 3 from a corner, and then I don't know how many back. 1, 2, 3, so right here, for example. I just want to see how far I need to move it back. A couple blocks. Oh, it's a quest. Yeah, there's a lot of quests or achievements that I'm missing just due to the fact that I don't like drop the item and put it back in my inventory. If you pick it up directly from the system, from storage, it doesn't actually register a lot of the times. This is where I want it. This thing is huge. Do I want it there though? It's gonna get in the way of all of that. You know what? It's fine. If it fits, it fits. Yeah, it's fine. Go. Build it. Build it. What do you mean? Oh, I never picked up the frame boxes. Oops. Wait, did I ever craft them? I don't think I ever crafted them. No, I never crafted them, right? Nope. Hang on, let's get those going. Those aren't that bad. I need 40 of those. I think I crafted. I guess I set up the recipe and then I just never actually crafted them. That's funny. So I guess while this is going, let's do some math here. So complete heating cycles by first heating the water to 10,000. So how long does that take? It says consumes up to 10 liters per second of helium plasma. So let's assume that we consume all 10 liters per second. All right. So if I were to give it, like, it raises it by 100,000. So if I do, not 100,000, by 100 Kelvin. Sorry, it's not 100. It's not K as in 1,000. It's Kelvin. So it's 10,000 Kelvin we have to get to. Divide that by 100. So 100 seconds to. Am I thinking that right? Seems up to 10 liters a second. I'm not thinking of this correctly. Hmm. 10,000 raises the temperature by per liter. Okay. 100 K times okay. 100 times 10. That's what it does. It does 1,000. So 100K divided by 1,000. I'm confused. I'm not doing the math right. I just want to see how long it's going to take. So if it starts at 0 and it tries to get to 10,000, not 100,000. What are you doing? 10,000 divided by each batch of helium plasma is going to do 1,000. Right. So it will take 10 seconds. I think that's where the math is telling me. 10 seconds for it to heat up to 10,000 Kelvin. So every 10 seconds. So we can probably get that done. And then supercoolant is another one. We have to reduce it down to that. So 5,000. So 10,000 divided by 5,000. Divided by 5,000. Right. 2 seconds, really? I don't know. We'll get back to it whenever I actually set this thing up. Go build, 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 build. That thing is massive. What a big multi-block. Jeez. And then you're missing. Do you have GT no hatch? Why are you telling me to place a hatch? I'm just gonna give it a hatch because I'm not gonna build the rest of this multi-block. If a multi-block ever has curves, I do not want to build it by hand. No, just give you input hatch here, just to say that you have one. There, enjoy. Oh, there. Stop complaining. Thank you. Are you stuck somewhere or what? What are you? I don't know, but it's basically built already, so I'm just gonna break that. And then break these guys here. Okay. Oops. All right. So what am I going to need for this? I'm going to need. I'm guessing the input hatches have to be in different spots, right? So we'll give it some input hatches. How big do they need to be? I got no idea. You could probably just use a little bit, right? Because it does say. Where is it? It doesn't consume a lot. 10 liters per second. You can use small inputs just fine. You're also going to need what? Input for the actual fluid itself. I'll also use that. And then an output hatch for the output. And I think that's it, right? Yeah, you just need that. Okay, so I'll give you there. And I will also give you. Does it matter where I put it? No. But I will try to go in the middle. Just to have it in the middle. And then we can have. Okay, so one for helium plasma and then one for that. And we put the output hatch like that. How about that? Does that even work? I don't think it works. Input hatch. No? Update structure. How do I build this? I guess it doesn't like it. None of this works. Oh, duh. I gotta. Right there. No, it doesn't like it. It said you want the input hatches to be right there. They gotta give more explanations to how this works. Let's see how this is built. Oh, it says output hatch is up there, and this guy is input hatch. Maybe it only allows it from the sides and not the center. Let's try that. Oops. Yeah, it's probably not going to work there. So if I were to give it like right here. Oh, that worked. And that works. Okay, that's what it was. What are you talking about, incomplete structure? You have everything built. And maybe it needs to have one of the inputs on top, though. Output hatch is up here. Yeah, I think the output input has to be up there. So let me try moving one of the inputs up there. No? If I put the output up there. Are you missing anything on the inside? I don't think so. I don't think it needs to be up here. No, it looks like it can be any block. Oops. You say you're completed, but you're not. I don't get it. What's missing? Oh, it can be any neonite. I didn't know that. You need an input hatch for water, which you have. You need an input hatch for coolant, which you have. One for plasma, which you have. And an output hatch for that, which you also have. So what am I missing if you have all of that stuff? If I built it exactly like that, I bet you're still not going to work. Right? You have the input hatch right there. That works just fine. Output hatch and that in the front, which is also okay. What if I update it? Sir, it doesn't want to build. Come on. You're going to make me trial and error, right? What if I have to put on the left here? That's what it is. Okay, it has to be on the left. Are you sure? Or it was just like a weird bug, or weird update that I had to do. Now you work. You make no sense. That's funny though. And then let's give it a border here. Okay, that's turned on. All right. So how am I going to set this up? Beats me. Seems like it's going to be kind of interesting to set up. So what I'm thinking is to have a big enough buffer for everything. Right? I may have to turn on debug mode for this too. So we're going to need a dual interface, and I think I will stick with a dual interface. Mm-hmm. You know what? I think I'm going to need even another input bus. We use quadruple. Yeah, we use a quadruple bus. And that's too big. We use the EV ones. I want this one to be like this. Okay. And then I want this to export. Let's get my connections going. I'm thinking the gears are turning. Oops, don't drop that. Gears are turning here. Starting to get idea. I'm starting to get ideas of how we're gonna set this up here. Move that all the way up there. A lot of dense cable. This doesn't actually need to be anything. Yes, it does actually. I'll leave it like that for now. Okay, so for sure we want this to be connected. And that to be connected as well. So I'll start from there. Start from there. Okay. So we want an export. Fluid export bus. And a crafting card. And a capacity card. And a level emitter. Fluid level emitter. And then I'm going to need a machine controller. And then red alloy cable. So this one's going to be kind of passive. It's a mix between passive and requesting or level maintained. So I need to find the controller. Where's the controller? Right here. Right there. So I can tell this to only turn on while you're actually crafting. Like that. So if I give you a level emitter. Or turn it on to craft. Right? Yeah. Or I can like... I can reduce it. So I'm going to use this level emitter to tell the system or tell our setup to start crafting it. I'm going to have a buffer of helium plasma and coolant and supercoolant available at all times, meaning I do need to craft supercoolant and level maintain it. So I'll keep like, I don't know, can I craft 1,000,000? No, I can't. I craft like a 100K. Yeah, 100K works fine. I'll keep 100K in storage. Right here works. All right, so we will always have that much available. And then I'm going to need some tanks. We use fluid tanks. Just the small ones, though. We don't need that much. Use these two. And then some export buses. Okay. We're also going to need some fluid regulators. I need a big enough ones to be able to throw in the entire batch that we'll need for whatever we're trying to do. Well, for now, let's just set up the fluid tanks. One step at a time, because if I try to set it up like nonstop or everything at once, it's going to be a little tricky. I'll put that right there. So this guy, I don't actually know where it goes. I'm assuming we follow this where it cools or heats up. And then over here we cool it. So this one should be helium plasma. We're already producing this stuff by the boatloads, so I'll leave it like that. Yeah. And then this guy is going to be over here. That's not gonna work. Do that. Yeah, like that. Then attach it to a cable, and you will be super coolant. Okay. So next step is to be able to regulate it. So if we follow this, we want to do 3 heating cycles, right? How much fluid am I going to need per heating cycle? So we have, or for the entire thing. So we're doing this by 3, right? For just one of them to heat up to 10,000, we need to do 10,000, right? So I'm going to divide 10,000. If you look at here, it says consumes up to 10 liters per second of helium plasma. Each liter of plasma raises the temperature to 1,000. So every 10 liters does 1,000. So if I divide 10,000 divided by 1,000, this tells me how much liters of plasma I'm going to need, right? I don't think I need liters. Oh, no. How much liter? I'm looking for liters of plasma right now. That's all I need. So let's divide by 10,000. 10,000 divided by 100K. 100. Oh, divide by 100. I need 100, in other words. So I would need 300 plasma. But I need 100 per cycle. So I would need a regulator that can support up to that much, which is honestly not a lot. We can do this one. Now coolant is the other one. So I have to divide. We have to bring it down to 0K. So 10,000 divide by each one lowers per liter coolant consumed. Each one lowers it by 5K. So we divide by 5. I'm getting confused with the Kelvin metric because I'm used to K being 1,000, but no, it's not how it works. It's temperature. So we divide 10,000 by 5 is 2,000. So each one needs 2,000 liters of supercoolant per cycle, right? So I need a regulator that can do up to 2,000, which we can't do LV. So I might as well just use EV because we can craft it. And let's just keep it identical, right? And I don't want to set up another recipe right now. Okay. There you have 2 of these guys. And I'm going to want some machine controllers for this, for the fluid tanks, because I don't want this to run nonstop. Only sometimes. So we want the fluid regulators out here to be put right here. And this one is going to be 10,000 divided by 100. Right, which is only 100 liters. Right? Is that the math I did? 10,000? I'm already forgetting. Divide by 1,000, 100. It's just 100 liters, yeah. So we're doing by second, so do that. 100. But we want this to use the machine processing state and export. Yeah, so like that. So this will only turn on whenever it has like an actual signal. Same thing for this one. This one will be 10,000 divided by 5, which is 2,000. So we want this to be every 20 ticks, 2,000. But you want to use machine processing state. And then we want to give this machine controllers because this will give it a machine processing state. And do right here. Mm-hmm. So how do we tell it to actually? Well, and then we have to set it up with like more timers, right? So because it has to do this every 3 times. So we need timers. And repeaters. We need 1 repeater for the coolant because the coolant has to wait a little bit. And then we need a timer. And is it a delay? I gotta see what else is made in Project Red. Probably multiple things that I can use here. I think a latch is what I'm looking for. Something that holds memory. Well, let's do one at a time. So when I turn this on, does it pump immediately? I'm curious about that. All right, so let's set this up here. So if I do that, wrong way. If it does, then that reduces the need for a pulse. I'm going to set this up to 5 seconds, so just so I can more easily pay attention to it. So I'm going to get like a fluid pipe, one that can actually move 10,000. I got to keep that in mind. Fluid pipe. Small. This one is just fine. 12,000 liters per second. Maybe I should go for something that's exactly 10,000, right? But that's fine. And your heat limit is 15,000, so you can carry helium plasma just fine. Why aren't you connecting? I've had issues with these things connecting recently. Oh, because you're in line mode. That makes sense. Okay. So you shouldn't have anything right now, right? No. So I want this to turn on only with while it's active. But I'm curious if you work with just a pulse. Or do I need to set up like some kind of current tick rate is one tick? I'm curious about that because I know Ender IO conduits have an issue with tick pulses like this. But I'm gonna let you click once, and then that's it. That's it. Did you move the fluid? It does not. Let's see if it's able to do it. Sometimes. I don't think so. It might need to stay on for longer. Okay. So there's like, I know there's something that Project Red has. I don't think I want to use a gate though. Something that increases how long a pulse stays on. Might be pulse something. Pulse former? Maybe pulse former. Let's try it. One way to find out. Because I may need to leave it on for like just a little longer. Repeaters are just a delay in like how long the signal goes. But if I give it 1 pulse, it's still going to be 1 pulse. I think that's how they work. Otherwise, this is what we want. All right, we're going to give this a signal. Yeah, It's the same thing. It won't really work like that. So we're not looking for a repeater. But I still will need a repeater, I'm sure. Let's try crafting a pulse former here. How does this work? Oh, I guess this is just like... No, we're not looking for this. We're looking for like a delay. Not a delay, a extender. Pulse extender, no. I know Project Red has something. I don't think I want to use a latch though, because that'll just stay on forever. Something that increases the length of the pulse by just a little bit. Heck is a buffer gain. No, that's just a no. Pulse former. Repeater. Counter state cell. Synchronizer. Comparator and cell. Right, most randomizer. Is there really nothing I can use to do that? Oh, you know what? The other thing I can do is just set up the regulator to just pump fluid, but take a long time to do that. That's what I can do while it's being crafted. Yeah, we don't need a timer in this case. So if I were to set this up to be, let's get a lever. Levers are my test signals over here. So if I told this, so this is where a little more math is involved, right? So it heating up, consuming 100, this is going to take 10 seconds, right? But then we have to tell the other one, like the cooling, to do that as well. The cooling one is going to need a repeater, though, and that's going to wait 10 seconds for this one to finish. But then it'll finish. So it takes 10 seconds, right? But how fast is the cooling? Like, how fast does the cooling take? And I think I'll add like 1 second just to make sure it works, right? So 10,000 is, it's going to consume 2,000 supercoolant, right? Per cycle. So we divide that by 100 because that's how much it's going to take. Divide by 100 is 20 seconds. So if I push for, hang on, 100 liters every, I guess the other thing to think about is when does it actually send out fluids? Right? Because if I turn it on, it'll take that long just to put it. But it's going to take 30 seconds per cycle, it looks like. Yeah, and we're gonna be cutting it a little close. But I'll assume 30 seconds. So 20 times 30 is 600. No. Okay, so it's going to try and put that much within that time. So no, I can't really do that. We wanted to do 100 liters per second. Another thing we can do is have multiple, but I'm trying to think here. We could probably have multiple of these and then just set them all up on like a delay. No, that wouldn't be good though. I don't think we do that. If I can figure out how to do like a extender, it'd be good. Something with a pulse. I may have to look up in the GTNH wiki for this. It's very tricky here. Pulse. Look up pulse in the Discord and see if does that. Yeah, due to timings, it doesn't like that. Mm. Oh, what it might be is this. Maybe because it just doesn't last. So if I say 1 tick, divide that by 20, which is 5. So in 1 tick, it should give that much. Let's try that. So 5 seconds, and then there's nothing in here, right? No. So if I give you a tick, just 1 pulse, that's it. We're able to actually move everything. It only moved 10. Okay. So in other words, it does work. I just have to tell this guy to move 100 in 1 tick. Thank you. So there's nothing in there, right? No. Why do you move 200? You make no sense to me. 400. I mean, if it's consistent, then I would just decrease it. I mean, it looks like it's doing 200 per batch, so I divide this number by 2. Maybe it works for 2 ticks, right? It works for 2 ticks, I think, because it takes 1 tick for this thing to recognize. Like once it turns on, it'll pump, right? But then this takes another tick for it to like realize, wait, I don't have a signal. So it does 2 ticks. I think that's what's happening. So nothing in there, right? So we want 2 tick pulses. Or we're going to treat it like 2 ticks. Yeah, 100. Like that. Okay. That makes more sense to me. So then we need to tell this thing to run. You're going to need some NOT gates, though, if you're going to be on a timer. So 2 of them. Make sure that this thing turns off. We need 1 repeater for the other one. And I've never thought this much. Out of all like the mod packs I've ever played, I have never had to think this much. And it's not even bad. Like it's not even that grindy. It's just thinking extra. And I'm all for it. I love it. It might be a little tricky though. Hang on. How am I going to get the signal into here, first of all? That probably answers the question, actually. Okay, so if I want fluid level emitter, I want this to be crafting. That's what the crafting card is for. Oh, I guess it doesn't work with the fluid level emitter. No, it doesn't work. Okay, that's fine. A regular level emitter is probably fine. We just have to give it a fluid drop. Not that one. It's this guy. No, not that one. I need the regular one. Sir, you're slow. You're slow. Hurry up. All right, thank you. Okay, so if I give this a level emitter, go ahead and point it up. And then, no, crafting card. So emit redstone while item is crafting. Emit redstone to craft item. I think this is what we want. Because we're not going to put the item anywhere. I don't know the difference actually. Can I put like a pattern into this or what? I don't actually know. Fine, we'll do that. Yeah. Mint redstone while item is crafting. Yeah, we'll do that. So we have to connect this there. Like that. Or do I? Yeah, because we also want this over here. And then we would give this a NOT gate somehow. How am I going to set this up? I can feed this directly into there. And then do that. So I'll do this right here. But we put a NOT gate there. Like that. And then we want to do that basically. There we go. Okay, so whenever we actually do craft stuff, we do need to connect it like that. So whenever this stuff is being crafted, not like that, the fluid drop. I'll get the fluid drop right now. Then this will turn on, which turns on this timer. And this timer, I'm going to leave it on. Well, does it turn on instantly? That's one thing I need to confirm. If it turns on instantly, then we should be okay. The 100 in there. Oh, that's not even gonna power. Put it right there. No. So you need a pulse. Well, yeah, you need a pulse. In that, yeah, you would need a pulse in that case, and then it'll wait. So we do need pulse farmers. In order to jump start it, I guess is what you can call it. Yes. This is getting a little ridiculous. So I would give this a pulse. No, like this. This is where all these little circuits will come into play. You know what? Let's practice using these. This Anthropod told me about this last time using the IC printer. I think it's a good idea to try this out. So I don't understand this actually. How do I do this? Lay down a okay, we need blueprints. That's what it is. Now we got one. Okay, so this guy is do that, I guess. This one is going to be I'll just call it heating, I guess. Okay. I mean, it doesn't, you know what, redraw it. It's too much. Heating. There we go. So we're going to get a signal from here. Simple IO right here. Yeah, simple IO. We can give it a signal right there, right? I can actually toggle it on, right? So whenever it, what is this? Useless wiring. That's mean. So we initially want a pulse to activate repeater and then timer sequencer. Yeah, we want a timer and a pulse. Like this. And then we also want a timer. Powering the same thing, but we also want a NOT gate. Going into here. Like that. So this timer here is going to be set up to 60, no, 10 seconds and then, what's it, 20 seconds? I forgot already. So it's 10,000, 2,000 is what we're giving this. Divide by, this thing consumes 100 supercoolant. Okay, 20. So each cycle is going to take 30 seconds, in other words. So we set this up to be 30 seconds. Like that, right? And then the pulse former here, it has to be rotate. Like that, I think, right? So whenever I turn that on, right, and this is like the actual output. So if I debug torch, there you go, torch. Right now it's on, but it shouldn't be. Why are you on? Like that, actually. Oh no, duh, because that's a torch. Get out of there. Erase. Bye. I need like a little light here. Debug. Alloy wire. Is there like a little lantern I can use? That's fine. I guess I won't worry about that. So if I turn that on, it turns on for a little pulse. No, it doesn't. It's only when it turns off, I guess. Okay, so there's another configure that I would need. How do I do that? Doesn't do anything. Okay, so maybe you don't connect there. So maybe I move the pulse former over here. Right there. Like that. That way, I want it to activate when we actually turn on. Why aren't you doing that? Oh, because I didn't connect it correctly. Oops. Duh. I want to connect it like that. So whenever I turn this on, that's when it pulses. So I want this to activate instantly whenever the recipe starts. That's when we actually turn it on. Right.
So we pulse once and then we wait for 30 seconds and then and then it continues the cycle. This might be like, might have to do this. And I think I'm going to increase it by 1 second just to make sure that it actually works. So I'm going to do that. 1 second. Make sure it works, right? Because it's going to take a couple of times to actually turn on, and then another time, and then and then turns on. Yeah, and then it pulses and it continues with the thing. Okay. And then we connect this to the output. This is going to be in input mode. Yeah, like that. Okay. And then this will be, should connect this to the outside. This is going to be output. Then go ahead and connect it like that. And there we go. I'm assuming that's all I need, right? So I would turn this on, and then that initial pulse will, like, this is going to stay on, right? We're not going to do this because while the recipe is crafting, this stays on. So the initial pulse will start the cycle, the heating up cycle. And then it'll take enough time for it to, like, 31 seconds will pass, and then it turns on again. And then we keep doing that over and over again. It should be just enough time for it to actually cool up. I think it's what's happening. We're probably going to have to debug this, right? But take that off, and then we'll try for it. So this is shush. I don't need shush. Heating. This one is going to take, I wish it would tell me what I would need for this, but 2 gold nuggets. I'm just going to put as much as I want in here. You need circuit plates. You need conductive plates. You need pointers, cathodes, red alloy wire. I got a bunch right here for it. See, and this is why it was a good idea for me to take digital logic design in undergrad school, because I can actually use it in Minecraft. Right? Some conductive plates. We need anodes. We need anode, a bunch of those. I don't want to do that though, because it's gonna conductive plates. I'll just take those actually. That's enough. Anodes. We need cathodes and pointers. Pointers. So cathode is crafting. Anodes are, I think, are done, right? I got a couple of them ready. And then cathodes and pointers being crafted. These are a little more expensive though. You can probably increase this recipe here to make it work a little faster. Just put them all in here. And pointer. There we go. And then I need like a chip. I think it's called an IC chip. Yes. Oh, you're slow. Sir, you're slow. Where are my world accelerators when I need one? That's it. Maybe I will invest in one actually. World accelerator. These can't be that expensive, right? I'll use an EV one.
Now use HV. Oh yeah, it's slow. Okay, so we need a gas turbine here. Actually, no. I think that's why I didn't set it up, because it's a little annoying to do that. I'll just I won't worry about it. Okay, so another thing we would want to do is the other one. So let's get another blueprint going. Should be able to put this away actually. So we need a blueprint here. And we'll have to figure this out, but I do have a break, so I'm going to go ahead and take that, and I will be right back. And stuff. That's it. That's what I do on Sundays. So I kind of thought to myself, why don't I stream it? So here we are now. That's it. There's no thought behind it. Okay, so we got it built. Pressure poop injector. It's very cramped in here, right? But that's okay.
1, 2, ready, go. No!
I'm directly pulling this right out of my ass. So let's get to crafting the next tier of compact machine. Hell yeah.
Hello, are you here?
Name's Jessica.
Jessica? Oh, what the hell was that?
It doesn't like it when you say your name.
Dude,
Everything's.
what?
Oh, it moved the camera.
No, you
Turn on the lights.
Yeah, I did. Hey, stop. I need to see the light.
Okay, we're back. All right, I'm gonna take this guy, and then we surround this with something. I forget what this needs. It needs circuit plates. I think I surround it with some more circuit plates. Yeah, I think I want to increase this. We're always crafting circuit plates. All right, I think you surround it with circuit plates. Yes, okay. Does this crash? No. So if I were to put like something right here, it pulses and then it's going to wait like 30 seconds. So this should be what I'm trying to do. So if I go back to this guy over here, I can just feed that guy. There we go. Now it's much more compact. That was the whole idea of this. And then I will give you that. So I think what I want to do instead is set this up to be a activity detector. Activity detector. I this way I won't have to deal with crafting cards and whatnot. But this means I do need another input bus, or 2 more input buses. All right, so we need not bus, input hatch. So I would need 2 of them and a dual interface. Like that. Okay. And I'll set that up right now. Well, actually, like right here. So we need one for the crafting itself. Put it right here. This one is going to be the dual interface. Like that. And I'm going to rename this one to temp treated water. Temp treated water. Tier 6. I should probably just name it tier 6 water, right? Because let's be honest, I'm not going to remember what that means. That's fine though. Okay, so that is going to start crafting, and then we need that to be an activity detector instead. Like that. And then this guy is not going to be used. And then I can cover this up. This one, I think I should be able to make this a input hatch. I think it did build. Yeah, okay. And this one will always have, I'm going to give this the tier 5 water itself. That way it can boost the recipe by so much, right? Because again, whenever it uses 10% of the whatever input of the same type, I think. So if you're trying to make tier 5 water, if you feed it tier 5 water, it'll increase the success chance. Because based on reading this, if you do 3 cycles of heating, it's only going to go up to 99% success chance, and I would rather have 100%. So you're going to need a little bit, just a little bit, like that, and then I can do this. So the activity detector, I want this to be on normally, yeah. Okay. Now, how am I going to get over there? Good question. I can do that like through here, I think. Okay, so if I go out through here, do that, and then we go out through here. Like that, and that one will go over there. So I'm going to need another IC circuit for this, and it will also be set up to 30 seconds, right? Because we're accounting for the cycle. But this one doesn't need a pulse, so this is where I'm going to have to do a little more thinking. So we'll do cooling, like that. So if I give it an IO right there, and I'll call this, this is an input, like that, yeah. And then we want it to go out here, and will be an output, yeah. So how this one is going to work is the signal itself needs a delay. Not there. Right here. How long is this delay going to be? Good question. I don't know. Oops, just need to erase that. Okay, so I need to know how to move the camera. It's fine. So how long is this delay going to be? I don't know. Rotate it so it works like that. Right, so if test, I can... No? Or is it the other way? It is the other way. Okay. So Configure the delay. Oh, don't tell me I have to. How long can I do the delay then? I thought I could set it up here. Oh, I have to do that. Okay. It doesn't tell me how many ticks I'm going to use, so I'm going to have to do the math here. So first delay is going to be after 10 seconds, right? Because once it starts cooling, we want to wait 10 seconds. Let's wait 11 seconds, right? For it to fully do that, and then we have to cool it. So we'll do 11 seconds. How many ticks is that? It's 11 times 20 ticks, so 220 ticks. We're going to have to use multiple repeaters. That's too much. So we have one repeater of 128, and then we need more repeaters. So 220 minus 128 is 92. Let's set that up here before I do that. So this was second to the last position. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like that. And then the next one will be less than 92, which is 64. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 positions. And also, don't know what that is. I won't touch that. Pulse former, Peter, like that. So this one will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. So subtract by 64 is 28. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more. There's gonna be a lot of repeaters. That's okay. It's okay. That's okay. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. Okay. And then we have minus 16. It is 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. And then we have 1, 2, 3 for 8. Pulse former. Looks like we're just going down by 1 each time. 1, 2, 3. And then the next one is going to be 2 ticks, 2 pulses. Yeah, okay. And then one more. Like that. So you should all be like that. Oh no. I broke it. What was the first one? Oh, I didn't know that. It was at 11 seconds times 20 is 220 minus the first one was 120, 128. And then 64, right? So 64 would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 pulses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like that. Okay, don't touch it. Don't touch it. Okay, so this one is going to get the signal. And then we don't need to worry about a pulse because it's going to get a consistent like wire or consistent power. So we don't have to worry about a pulse. But we still need a timer.
And the timer here. No, we do need a pulse actually to tell it the first one. Yeah. Yeah, we do need a pulse. So you're going to get a wire. It's basically going to be constructed the same way as the other one. So we need a NOT gate. Yeah, NOT gate. Like that. Which tells a timer to activate. And then we also need a, right here, a pulse former. Right there. And then this guy needs to be set up to also 31 seconds. Like that. Okay, so if I were to turn that on, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, something like that. Yes. I'm going to assume that's pretty close to 11. We'll play around with the timings. I'm going to have to make multiple circuits probably. And then this guy's going to wait like 30 seconds and then trigger this whole thing again. But I think that's it. I'm also not very good at timing, right? You know what? Let's I have a clock here. Let's set it up. And then that turns on just normal. Okay. So if I turn it on, oh, you're going to take you're going to take 11 seconds for it to actually trigger. Okay. So if I turn that on, start the clock, is it actually 11 seconds? I hope I didn't make a mistake somewhere. Have a clock running off camera. That's pretty close. We'll stick with it. It doesn't have to be perfect, right? Because we have some leeway. All right, I'm going to assume that that's okay. Give me. And then try building it. And we just need some circuit plates and conductive plates. And circuit plates. Make 100, sure. I'm enjoying this, honestly. It's challenging automation. Did it get stuck? I'm always concerned that it gets stuck. No, it's running fine. Okay, and then conductive plate. Then I need an IC chip. And then you're going to take about 5 years to actually get set up. So let's start moving that over. Setting up the wiring for the next part there. So how this gets set up, remember that it transfers 2 pulses at once, right? Yeah, so we have to divide by 2, whatever that value is. So this guy, so it would be set up to 1 tick every, and then we want to push 1,000. So it'll push 2,000 into here whenever it does get set up. So I need more fluid pipes. We'll stick with Enderium just to keep it consistent. And you know what? We have it already. Might as well, right? Like that. All right, I can always double check too. So if I give it a like a pulse here,
don't think you worked. We're about to put it directly on the controller here. Yeah, 2000. It worked. Okay, sweet. Now you're going to be getting your connection all the way from back here. I think I'll just move a wire over right there, and then we'll have the IC right here whenever it's done. It is completed, and then we surround this with 8 of you. There we go. We have our gate. And then I can put this guy right here. Okay. It crashes sometimes. I don't know why. But oh well. It just has to like refresh itself. I don't know why it crashes. Okay. Let's see if this is going to work, and then let's set up the recipe. First of all, I need to set up another input. Actually, we already have that going over here. So it's like that's going, like that's good to go. And then we have that being crafted. Okay, so let me see if I can try crafting or set up a recipe for it. So extreme temperature graded water. Don't use that or that. We just want to put pH neutralized water and we'll get that much out. So temp treated water. So if I try to craft it now, what the heck happens? Oh, don't tell me I'm gonna have to wait for the full cycle. Basically. I'm hoping that I got everything set up. Pretty sure the red alloy wires can always transfer power or redstone signals. I don't know if I need like a buffer or something. So that's what the buffers would be for. Or comparator or something like that. I don't know. But I'm curious to see if this actually works. I'm gonna get my scanner out. And then once it actually starts running is when it starts. Yeah, it was a good idea I didn't do the crafting card because like even while it's not running, it's still like it would have still tried to put the fluids in there because that's just how it works. But if I have activity detector, then it'll only push fluids whenever this is getting ready. Like right now, we're kind of just waiting for the cycle to restart. How much time you got left? You're about to start. Okay. Let's see if this actually breaks or explodes. Who knows? Maybe it'll just explode on the spot, right? It'll be funny. Okay, so current temperature is something. Why aren't you running? Power 1. I'm confused. What about you? Do you have your power? I don't think it's working. It's not working. Progress / load. I think what's happening is that it got that too fast. Alright, that's fine. I'm gonna turn this off and see if I can turn on debug mode. This thing just broke. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Debug mode is. I always wonder what debug mode does. I mean, I expected this to happen. It's not going to be 100% at the start, at least. Otherwise, I'm kind of a genius. But got to figure this out somehow. Every has a configuration group. Okay. Do you toggle debug mode to reduce cycle time, but disable water input output? Okay. So go ahead and cancel that, and then I will try to craft another batch of heat treated water. Right here. Okay. Let's try crafting that and see what broke. So I'm gonna remove this guy for now. Oh, did I never take you out? That's probably what happened. I never took it out. Yes, I'm willing to bet that that's what happened. Okay, so if I try to do a debug mode, try to go for it. No? Are you just getting your fluid right away? You should be waiting 10 seconds, but you're not. I don't know why. I'm a little confused here. Okay, so I'm gonna remove this wire here. Do I have it in the right spots? Helium plasma. And it may be swapped. So if I... What are two different... Oh, that's the helium. Okay. So if I turn this on, right? Waiting for cycle to start. Okay. Got 30 seconds. Hurry up. I'm curious why it's not putting in the fluid instantly. It should initially put 1,000 in there. But it only has 150. Why 150? So I guess it's not doing the pulsing as I thought it would. That must be why. It should have had only 100, so it does 3 pulses. Maybe because it just has too much. Even then, how come you're not heating up? You might be in the wrong place. Hang on. I would guess that you put the helium plasma in the little chamber here and then this one over there, but like... What happens if I put that over here? It doesn't say it's heating up. I'm a little concerned there. Yeah, it doesn't say that. What if I put it here? No, it doesn't want to heat up. I'm confused. Take that out. Maybe it does need to be in the center. I'm gonna pause that. I'll move that to the center, see if that does anything. Maybe it does need to be at a certain position. Oh, that's what it is. It doesn't even work back here, but it still built the multi-block. So I'm guessing. Okay. But still, you shouldn't even be getting 150. So the pole. Okay, so we got two things to solve. The fact that the pulsing is not working as I expect it to, and maybe because it also takes an extra. Well, hang on. We'll see. So, where is it? Right here. I can move the pipes over. It's fine. That doesn't really bother me too much. Just so I don't have to deal with it, I'm just going to move it. I'll put it right here. Okay. So I'm going to take off this guy, put it there, set this to 50. So we might be introducing an extra tick of delay, I think. What am I doing? Because of the fact that we have this gate. So maybe it's just missing an extra delay. I feel like it's fine, but we have to. Oh no! Use machine. Hang on, I gotta tell this to you. Use control state. Then we tell this to go up, and then we do to the side like that. Oops. Like this. Right? I'm going to take that out. Then we'll see how this works. So whenever I turn it on, it pushes too much in there, I think. And it keeps going up. Maybe I missed something. Is it 10,000 or 15,000? Okay. Okay, so if it ever reaches like that. Okay, so we gotta shut it down. Okay, so it is getting too much fluid, but I think there's 3 ticks involved in here. Somehow. So I have to reduce that. I don't know how, but it seems to be putting 150, so meaning it'll get too hot. And I want less than that. So if I put, it's doing it 3 times. So if I put 100 divided by 3, let's just work around it, make it 34. It'll get just a little bit hotter, but you know, that's fine. Alright, so let's see if that works. Turn that on. Alright, so you should have gotten a little bit. I want this to go up to like just a little higher than 10,000. Yes. I'm okay with that. It doesn't matter. Okay, and then we do the same thing. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be divide by 3. So right now we divide 2,000 by 2 to get there, but something to do with the gate is adding an extra tick of delay somewhere, so we have to account for that. So 2,000 divided by 3 is 666. That's kind of freaky. We round up to 667. There we go. So we should be able to complete 3 cycles now. I think that's what the fix was. Late stream for you? No, actually I recently decided to stream in the mornings now. So I'll be streaming Saturday, Sunday mornings instead of the evenings. And this is so that I have more time for myself during the weekdays for other projects. That said, it will be a slightly late stream because I'm trying to get this tier 5 water thing working, but I feel like I got it. It just needs to be a little bit of configuration, of course. This is such a fun challenge, like a fun challenge. Challenging automation. Like I'm really enjoying this. You're wrangling my EPF to smell more aluminum. Very nice. If you ever get to Waterline, and I hope you do, it's so fun to set up. I know some people might be like confused as all heck, and honestly, I still am for some parts of it, but for the most part, it's really fun. For example, like looking at the tier 4 water, like look at this nonsense I had to set up. What the heck is this? You know, even something like the tier 5 water is being a little funny with it. I actually had to get into Project Red. You know, this icy, like I'm trying to get into this. I can actually show you. For example, the circuit I use to heat up thing. Oh, I can look at it like that. It looks like that. So instead of having all of this, like these blocks in the world, you can cram them inside one block using the IC printer, which is great. So all of that mess was able to get crammed into just one little space right here. So we have two of them, one for heating and then one for cooling. I don't even know if the cooling is working, but that's what debugging is about. I'm assuming it works because I fixed it for the helium, for the heating, but now I have to figure out if it works for cooling. I'm going to go ahead and turn that on. You should have fluid right there. And I'll turn on the cycle here, but I have to turn off debug mode. Go. Okay, so if I check here, the scan, I can scan it. There should be nothing in here until like 11 seconds, so it broke already. I think it broke already. Actually, no, it didn't. And then we should start seeing fluid in here. No? Yes. See that now it's cooling. I guess the activity detector took a little bit to turn on. And then it broke because it's not they're not matched up together, and I don't know why. This is fun. Might be something I do off camera though, but let me it's so funny. It didn't complete a single cycle because it just messed up. I'm gonna turn off the recipe here. That's so funny to me. Yeah, it's heating up too much, so might be something to do with this. Oh, you know what? It might be the activity detector itself. Recipe progress. Machine, I don't know. We want recipe progress. Oh, it might be the recipe. Oh, it's recipe progress. No, I want this to be always on. Machine idle. Like that. So if it turns on, I think is what we want. Yeah. Okay. So what's your power? 15. Okay, yeah. I think it had we want it to be machine idle, but not idle. I'm gonna turn that off. You put too much in here. That's also an issue. Why? 2668. How much do you have? You have 280. You put too much. Oh, you know what? It might be the fact that it's just not a good enough signal. I didn't consider that. Let's try one more time. Actually, let me see here. So 2668. If I divide 2668 divided by 667, that's 4. Oh, that might be because I just enabled it twice. Okay. That's fine. Debug. Debugging it one more time. Turn it off. Let's do this. Figure this out. It's going to work, I promise. Actually, you know what? I have faith that it'll work. I have faith. Try crafting another batch. Yes, please. Keep running out of water over here. Okay, so make sure there's nothing in here. All right, nothing. And then I will turn this on. Go for it. And then turn that on. I missed the cycle. I have to wait 2 more minutes. It's funny. I'm having so much fun with this. It's actually making me use my and then this is the cooling circuit. It's basically the same thing except it waits like an extra 11 seconds before it does anything else. But I'm having so much fun with this. Being able to use like Project Red like that is it's really fun. And otherwise I've also used it for like this over here. This is just a timer so that it doesn't make any noise. But the more I get into this, the more I'm going to use Project Red. It's really fun. And it scratches that itch in my brain, you know, of digital logic design, which like I do have some experience in it. But it's like good practice too, right? We gotta wait a little bit for this. I'm gonna drink some water. Then I just want to make sure that this is working. If I can get like any amount of this stuff, then I'll go ahead and walk away and call it a day. Because it is lunchtime. I got some leftover spaghetti. I'm pretty hungry. And then I might take a walk to the gas station to get some snack. We'll see. I'm getting hangry, right? Because I want this thing to work. Nah, it's fine. If you knew me personally, you would know that I don't really get mad at much stuff. I'm chilling. Okay. Oh, that thing is consuming a lot of power, though. Okay, so check it. This should have gotten the stuff immediately. And then it heated up, and then now it's going to start cooling. We should see it get to 0. It might not, though, in time. Yeah, it didn't have enough time. And then it's going to start putting more helium in there. So we might have to increase the amount of coolant that it got. Yeah, it didn't get enough coolant. Okay. We're going to have to figure this out. I'm going to turn that off for now, and then we're going to get my trusty lever here to activate the signals. And then we'll see how much fluid is being sent into these machines. So if you don't know about how this works, Iso, how this process works is that once the recipe starts, like crafting, it has to heat up to 10,000 Kelvin using helium plasma. So, but it consumes helium plasma at a certain rate, and it raises temperature at a certain rate. And to cool it, you have to bring it back down to 0. So it goes up to 10,000 and then to 0, and then you do that 3 times. So it's a lot of control you have to do. So right now, I think my issue is how much coolant and how much stuff I'm giving it, which we can figure out. So there's nothing in there. There's nothing in there. This is where the coolant goes. So if I were to like give this a
like a pulse, how much fluid goes into this thing. And that's it. That's all you need to activate the circuit. How much fluid do you get? So we do want 102. 102 is just fine. So it does heat up to a good amount. Right. And then what about you? 1330. You saw that, right? It moved. This is not good. So it's not reliable with how much fluid it pushes or what? Guess not. So if it triggers to again, and a lot of it has to do with like delays and whatnot. It's kind of tricky. So it looks like it's pushing 2 at a time. If it does, then we divide, make this 1,000. This one does 2 at a time, I think. The other one doesn't. So I collect that and this. We want that to be 102. So whenever the the whole thing turns on, I will enable it and see how much it gets. So it should get enough, 102 instantly, which is great. And then this one, it won't go up until like 11 seconds pass. I'm not going to count. Boy, I did count already. So it's about 11 seconds. So we want 2,000 in here. Right. And then another 30 seconds or so. It's going to take like 20 seconds for that to fully cool. And then we should see another 100 in here or so. I see that it didn't work. So it only went up by like something. So that's the issue. It's the fact that this number is not consistent. So the first trigger, it does 3 times for that one for some reason. This one is always doing 2. So we have to configure the pump and maybe how we're doing this. I'm learning a lot about redstone as well because every single thing adds a delay. You know, like 1 tick delay can mess up with everything. So there's something we got to do that to slow it down. So for the helium, so I guess the timing does work with the circuits. I don't think it's the circuit's problem. It's how we're pushing fluids. All right, because we expect this to go 6,000 is perfect. So I don't think we have to mess with this one. We want 6,000. It's the helium. Helium is being dumb. We want this to be 300. And we don't want to just put 300 into here at once, right? Because then it's going to get like stuck, right? Because you don't want to heat it up while you're cooling it down because then it just defeats the purpose of what you're trying to do. So I don't think I'm going to mess with the coolant because we want 6,000 there. Now, the only thing I don't know is if it breaks, if there's like any kind of lag. I don't know how that works. Something's up with here. And how come this one is dumb while this one is smart? Even though they're set up the same way. So if I look up at this, if I look at the circuits, this one is the heating circuit and this one's the cooling circuit. And what's different? Like literally nothing. Let me turn this off. I can input mode. Yeah, like that. Okay. I can hold that with me. So, like, there's no difference, I think, other than the repeaters at the start, which is also adding delay, of course. That might be why it's doing that. So maybe if I add a repeater at the very beginning, maybe it'll correct itself. Right? But I think that's something I'm going to have to figure out off camera. So I'll do this
figure out a tweak on this off camera later on, but I'm kind of hungry, so it's lunchtime. So I'm gonna end the stream here for today. But yeah, this is like the first time my schedule is changing, because usually I do like weekend or weekday evenings the streams, and then Friday and Saturday as well. But this time I'm moving it to weekend mornings, so Saturday and Sunday mornings, U.S. Central time. And we'll try it out, because this will also give me more time in the afternoons to do whatever I want, really. Make more random videos and whatnot. Anyway, so I'm going to come back to this, and then we'll figure out why the helium one is not working correctly as I would like it to. But I think we're pretty close to greatness, because once I figure that out, then we have tier 5 water, and then we can actually continue into the UHV energy hatch, which opens up the rest of the pack for us, right? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and edit here for tonight. Next stream will be Saturday morning, and I will hope to see you guys there. For now, have a good night. Take care. I say good night because I'm so used to it. I've only been streaming in the week and then evenings like for a year. Jeez, it's become such a part of me now, right? Anyways, have a good day. I'll see you guys next time. See ya.